Here we go. Hello, hello. We finally made it to the wedding DLC. We got distracted a little bit by 14 stuff, but depending on how long this will probably be the end of the Our Life streams, at least for a little while, until I get the new DLC or something else happens. Who knows? But this will be the end of it. Yay! And I know nothing about this DLC. I know near next to nothing. I've seen like one screenshot that reveals that, you know, like Kira is in it or something, because of course, I mean, I would have expected her to be. But, so I have no idea how long it is or what we actually do. So it's gonna be fun and new and exciting and stuff. Hopefully. So, let's go. Wedding DLC. These events are set after step 4, but it's not specified when. It could be during that same summer, the next summer, year in the future, springtime in California, etc. You can assume the timeline is whatever it needs to be to make sense for the choices you made to progress the relationship. Before starting, would you like to pick out an engagement ring for Cove? Sure. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, that's so fancy. This is for Cove, right? This isn't mine? Oh, I can't change. Can I change the material? Oh, I can. There it is. Oh, just so. Oh. Silver, platinum. Oh. Doesn't really change. Okay, that's cool though. I like these two, and then kind of these. I hate these. I don't know, like, the traditional one's fine, but it would be fun to give him a fun one. We'll give him a fun one. Platinum, sure, I guess. That's fine. The material's mostly irrelevant to me. I would say that, yeah, but whatever. Yay! We hope you have a truly wonderful wedding. Me too. It's gonna be so cute. Side by side on the purple dyed faux leather couch, you sat with your fiance. Is this our apartment? This looks like an office. This looks like somebody's office. This is somebody's office. This isn't the apartment. Oh, and the chic office smelled non-distinctly perfumed, though luckily it was demure touch rather than smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently flowing the scent around the room. It's the first time either of you had been there, and you weren't sure if the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress. There we go. It's really doing that to me a lot. I mean, I'm glad I'm able to, like, fix it, but it keeps, like, stuttering and freezing, and I don't know if it's the game or my computer. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours. You could feel him trembling and heard the squishy noise of the couch made shift. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kinds of matters. The other came from an almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. It's so cute. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area, and this office belonged to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion weddings. A wedding planner. This is the office of a wedding planner. That was a lot of words to say that. You were here to plan your wedding. Soon he wouldn't be only your fiancé, Cove would be your husband, and on that occasion, there is going to be a ceremony, reception, and everything. Do I get to, like, pick all of this? I have no idea how long or intricate this DLC is, so it'll be fun. You felt truly content, you were overflowing with thrilled energy, you matched with Cove, shaking with nerves, you felt totally natural, like it was no big deal to you. Your focus was on being concerned for Cove. Probably matching, like, Cove's kind of nervous energy. With your in unison shivering, you hoped you both didn't slide down off the cushion. The saving grace that was getting you through was knowing that this meeting should be straightforward. I've met, like, one wedding planner. Ever. And I wasn't there for the whole process, but I don't know if straightforward's always the way. Usually there's, like, shit that goes down. Like, I want to plan this, and they suggest things, and you're like, I don't know how I feel about that, and, like, what is this available, and blah, blah, blah. Introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and going over only the basics. Oh, because it's the first meeting, it's simple. Gotcha. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Yeah, to check out venues. Before setting up the appointment with the planner, you and Cove decided that you were going to set the wedding in, or at least near, Sunset Break. You also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, and a few other details related to your lives together going forward. That was as far as you had gotten in the process when you decided to bring in assistants. Makes sense? All the planning was going to be great, you thought. It was going to be a pain, but be worth it, you felt. You were thankful you had a professional to do this with. Planning the day with Cove as a team was something you looked forward to. Me and him are partners. We both get say, we plan it together, and we make it perfect. Or as perfect as can be. One thing I've learned, you don't go into these kind of events really thinking it's going to be perfect. You need to expect things to go goofy and that things are going to go wrong. You just do your best to keep it from going wrong horribly. Cove caught your mind wandering away from you, and the corners of his mouth lifted encouragement. He's so good looking. I love him. His second hand reached over and clasped both of yours in his first. The metallic sensation pressing against your skin, the engagement ring securely on his left ring finger. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug and covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned a smile back. Yee! Here we are. Really happening. Yes. My god, we bought the rings already. Those bitches are probably expensive. I guess it depends on the ring. His fingers squeezed your hands deeper into his hold. I'm not really good with, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being like is going to be amazing. It has to be, because I'm marrying you. It's so cute. You're so wonderful. I completely agree. I'm glad you're feeling good about this. That implies I'm not feeling good about this. Yeah, and hopefully you'll only panic a moderate amount. You had to turn your face away out of shyness. You gave an earnest. It was such a kind sentiment, but it was the truth for both of you. And then there was a series of quick knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks between one another. Come in? Oh yeah, why does he knock to enter his office? Why is the door closed? I mean, I guess that's fine. In response to Cove's words, the shiny wood door off the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Holy shit! The world is small. What? No. Standing in the entryway was a tall man, about your age, his dark gray hair. I don't know if that's what I would call it, but sure. was swept to the side, and on his neck was a distinctive mole. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync. Hallelujah! Love would have been a lie if you two dolls had broken up. Oh my god! The world is small! It's the boy! He disappeared! Cove stared while frozen in place, a deer in the headlights, his mouth opened, then closed again soundlessly. Do you know this person, Coves? Holy shit! The former tourist stepped further into the room while chuckling.
That's wonderful.
I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. I love him. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. His style choices may have changed, but you realized how the design of the rug might not have been an entirely arbitrary choice. It was a hint. It was exciting to see. It was really him. You could only feel shock and disbelief. You were ticked. Oh, upset. Oh. No, I'm excited to see him. He looks good. This is incredible, unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years. Yeah, I had your phone number and you didn't answer my calls, you bitch.
I know.
Yeah, it has been. He's just like, Cove got fucking ripped. Cove dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been even firmer if he wasn't still in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of both of you, and was a wedding planner of all things. No, that tracks. That tracks to me. Your wedding planner. Yay! Best friendo. What happened? No one's heard from you at all, until right now, I guess. Did you lose Little's number in a taxi? Oh yeah, he's upset that he just didn't... Yeah, we all had each other's numbers, and he just didn't. The more he spoke, the more a sardonic edge caught up to Cove. Sardonic? Oh, hold on. That's a fancy word I might want to use in the future. I'll make sure I understand what that means, because that's cool. Well, grimly mocking or cynical. Ooh! I do like that. Sounds alright. As professionally as possible, Baxter strode into the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch you were on. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so that it faced you completely as he continued to reply. I went back to college, eventually graduated, joined the great wide career world, grew up, and learned some more. I'm still learning. Okay, well we got that. Why didn't you contact us? To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat and rested his cheek against the propped-up fist. That's the curated version. Life is one wonderful journey. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with dismissive gesture of his free hand. I can't wait for his DLC to come out. I am assuming he's getting one. Because I want to see what that's like, because he must be fun. It was impossible to tell if the sarcasm was purely in response to Cove's own sharpness, or if there was something else. Even Cove raised an eyebrow at how clear the displeasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was giving, but only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. So lots of crazy stuff happened. Well, I'm happy we got to meet again. Okay, I hope you've been alright. It's so weird. The bend formed in his eyebrows, a small sign of regret. So did I.
Now,
That's my introduction taken care of then. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. You're getting married. Congratulations. Thanks. You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. Alright, well, now you're laying it on a little bit. You gotta... Please don't. That's embarrassing. How did the engagement happen? It must have been wonderfully emotional. A shame I had left town before I could find out. It was... Actually, you can get engaged when you're 19. I wonder if we've... Wait. No, because I think it was at the end of that you can choose to do that. So he wouldn't have known. So he could have really just left right before you got engaged. That would have been funny. But it actually took a few extra years. There we go. A fond, familiar flush of red crept over Cove's cheeks. Well, we had come back... I thought I just heard a cat, and then there was no cat, and so I got confused. We had come back to visit Sunset Bird for Little's parents' anniversary. It started out as a normal trip. On the last day, before we had to leave, we went out to Poppy Hill behind Little's house. And I had been waiting for the right moment the entire time, and that was it. I asked Little to marry me. You're cute. And she said yes. The pitch of Ko's voice shot up dramatically, going through that last sentence that got him shimmying in his seat. Just thinking back to that moment had him nearly tearing up from... Oh my god. Baby has no chill. How romantic and very fitting for the two of you. Yes! Everything we do is very fitting. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and tapped it against the desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cove, satisfied. Thank you for answering. Considering we're already acquainted, it should make the process that much better. I'm sure your special day is going to be one to remember. Cove's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Are we really going through with this, having Baxter plan our wedding? I don't see any problem with it. I'd like you to. Cove, baby, you have no chill. You need to stop. Cove quietly yelped, and it wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. I mean... I think I can do it well. I can do it right, and there's very few weddings I'd like to see go off like a charm than this one. Oh. He spoke in a... conciliatory way? Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. He really wants to do it, that's so cute. Oh, I see. I do know the word. I just fucking am stupid. You and Cove faced one another on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the sloping of his brows shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. Oh, he gave us like the puppy dog eyes, and that was enough. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause, and then Cove spoke. Okay. While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high. The look on his face was determined. towering over everybody. Since this is actually the reality that exists now, I've got a question for you. Yes? Cove's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself one more. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Oh, that's cute. Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter and then clapped with a clap of his hands. Of course, always. I guess he's still practicing that? That's a relief. I'm probably gonna need them.
I'm here if you need me.
I understand completely. I'm here for you. And you as well, Little, if there's a need. You were a good dancer, but it would be nice to practice with someone. You were a good dancer and didn't need the help. You were a good dancer and didn't want to dance, with... I don't have proper Baxter. You weren't a good dancer and could use the guidance. You weren't a good dancer but didn't want lessons anyway. You weren't a good dancer but didn't want help. But didn't want to dance. Oh. Yeah. Me. Got it. That works for me. Now. He shifted closer in the rolling chair with a glint in his eye that made him look like the teen he used to be. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into details, which I didn't mean literally. Oh, which I don't mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket. Alright. I'm going to have to ask you quite a few questions. Also, Cove's not wearing sleeves.
Alright.
I'm ready. These aren't like that series of questions. He's gonna ask us like a budget and like ideas, right? I don't know. To start, have we thought of possible surnames? Yours, his, what are you imagining? I feel like that's not the first question for a wedding planner. Maybe it is. Maybe because this is like, yeah, I get to know the couple. I don't care. I just want to marry her. Oh! He's so cute. But we have actually talked about it. Yeah, we're going with... I get to pick. Yay! Both of us are using my last name. Both of us are using his last name. Both of us are using hyphen. Oh my god, that would be irritating. Both of us are using a hyphenated. Oh, it's just swapped. Both of us are keeping our own last names. This is hard. There's something weird about him being called, like, Cove Flame, and then Little's name would be Little Holden. I don't know how I feel about that. That'd be weird. We can both keep our own names. I think that's kind of cool. Sure. Although it'd be fun to use. I don't know. It's silly. We'll just keep both of them. Good to know. Nothing wrong with that. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom, it can be whichever you like, honestly. Can I be a groom?
Of course.
Of course it's your name. I'm a groom too. He's the groom and I'm the bride. Can I be called neither? Oh, I wonder what the other options would be. Well, we'll just go traditional, because sure. Wonderful. A bride and groom for the couple of the wedding. Baxter flipped open the notebook, set on the desk. Can I get an idea of scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guess list. And even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will accept the RSVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance. Oh. Cove stepped off the Cloud9 he had been hovering on since the start of the conversation and planted himself back firmly on the purple couch in Baxter's office. He looks good in purple. I'm glad he moved to purple. Purple looks good on him. For sure. There's going to be our parents, 4 of them, little sister, her uncle, aunt, and cousin. Oh yeah, I guess if we're inviting Lee, we're inviting her parents too. Some grandparents should be there. Do I have grandparents? I guess so. But not all of them. We'll have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. You nodded, agreeing with Cove. As Cove filled Baxter in. That's right, but also I was wondering if we could invite Jeremy. Cove laughed with his whole heart. We can try, but I kind of don't think he'll show up. Baxter's eyes shifted from your face to Cove's and back again. It was sharp. He was trying to read the room. A coworker?
No.
No. We met him as teens, barely. Oh, like you! We were like 13 and he was a little younger. He was horrible, mean and angry and unreasonable. But thanks to Scylla, of all people, another guy we know, we met him again years later. It turns out Jeremy's okay now, more bristled than hostile. I got kind of attached, even though we're not friends, because Jeremy is the kind of guy who won't describe anyone as his friend. Except for Pran. You ended Cove's explanation with him and had a matching smiles with him to boot. Jeremy's great. I can't believe he grew on me. It's definitely been entertaining to have him there. Having to attend would make him annoyed, and that's the goal. I do like Jeremy. You've got some interesting relationships, I'll put it down. And we can certainly send an invitation when the time comes. It'll be up to Jeremy to decide what to do with that after. Who else? You and Cove continued to come up with family members, friends, professional relations, and the like to make an estimated size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter jotted down the information like an attentive student sitting at the front desk of the class. And of those who you most want and expect to be there, would any of them make up wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? Well, I guess my sister and Lee would be my bridesmaids. We're thinking of having a writer party. We hadn't really planned on something like that. I mean, if we're doing the whole planning thing, fuck it, let's go all in. This is where I get to actually make a dream wedding, because in real life, I'll never be able to afford anything.
Right.
Gonna show up to fucking court in a t-shirt with, like, fucking bleach on it and sign the paper. Be like, bitch, I'm out. Now my car insurance is cheaper. Right, we hadn't picked exactly who'd be in it yet, but we were having wedding parties. Oh, who's gonna be in Cove's? Derek. Maybe? That's his only, like... Oh, probably Derek and Terry. That makes sense. Unless, like, we're going not that traditional and he could also have Miranda.
Certainly.
Of course, let's discuss who's with who now. Then, it can be an equal split between the both of you, but it's not a rule. If one of you has a bigger wedding party than the other, it's completely fine. It's all about the two of you, so you can do as you please. I like it. It's so nice. Tepidly, Cove offered his first thoughts on the matter. I don't know, maybe it's embarrassing or even sort of dumb, but as great as my friends are, the person I'd want to be there as my best man is my dad. That's cute.
Thank you.
Aww. At my mom's wedding, I was her maid of honor, and I was the one who gave her away. Because, you know, it's always been me and my mom. think that's cute. I love that. Having that close a relationship with your father is a beautiful thing.
What do you think?
Are we gonna realize that, like, Baxter's parents are, like, crazy rich people? Because they, like, sent him away randomly to live alone in a condo in not fuck off, nowhere, California, but tourist area California with, like, no supervision. When he was, I don't know, what, 19? Little do you know who will be the lead of your wedding party. And the title isn't important. Best man, best woman, or best person, maid man, or individual of honor. It's all fine. I can't pick between my moms. My friend Derek, my friend... If he's picking his dad as his best man, I feel like it makes sense to pick one of my moms. But I guess I really wanted it to be Liz. And usually, like, isn't the mother of the bride usually, like, the matron of honor or something? Isn't there, like, a special spot for that? I'll pick Liz. Maid of honor, best woman, person of honor, best person. Sure. Very well. Anyone else in the parties? Well, I'm good with whichever friends and family being in my party, but I'd kind of want the size of things to be sort of close. Everybody would probably be in Little's party if there wasn't more of a split. So if that's okay, there'd probably be 3 or 4 in the parties at most. That makes sense. But I wanted to have everyone else in my party. I didn't want that many anyways. You nodded in acceptance of Cove's request. No, that makes sense to me. Great. For your own party, you chose... Okay. So I have Liz, Lee, so is everybody I pick not gonna be in Cove's instead, or is he gonna pick somebody else? I guess I should pick, like, Lee and Miranda. And then Cove can have his dad, Derek, and Terry. And I think that'd be cute. Although, I would love to have Kira in it too. And I do love my moms. But I don't know if I want them in the lineup. Because I think they would be their own thing, you know? Or at least most of the weddings I went to, the parents weren't usually in the wedding party, in quotes. They had other roles. We'll go with Lee. And Miranda. And that's... I'm just picking for me, right? And I'd use bridesmaids, bride's attendants, wedding attendants, wedding crewmates. Wedding crewmates. I kind of like that, though. I know it's not the intention, but I only like this because it makes me think of pirates. I know that's not the intention. I know it's the... I want to pick it for fun. Then my party will be Kira and Terry. Oh, that's cute. He picked his mom. That means Derek's not gonna be in one? Fuck. Damn it. I do want Derek to be included. I love Derek. That's alright. And with that, you successfully mapped out the members of your wedding parties. Perfect. I'll make notes. The statement was made extra clear by clicking noise of Baxter's keenly tapping his pen on the armrest.
So?
On the topic of guests and that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? Oh god, I hate speeches. We can make it so only select people are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have a mic open for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. I feel like it'd be nice to have some specific people talk. I'd be fine with anyone making a toast or giving a speech if they want. Can we not do speeches? I'm okay with specific people. It's fine. I don't want people like taking up everybody's time, making a bunch of speeches and saying all this stuff. If they want to say something to us, they can come tell us and just congratulate it, whatever they want to say. You have names for the guests giving speeches. Probably my mom's. Let's go with my mom's. And let's go with the parents. The parents can give speeches. The parents make sense to me. Cove made a small noise of acknowledgement as you answered the question. I'd like it if Terry could too. Sounds good.
Cool.
Cool. Hmm? Good. He continued along casually, accepting all your input. If you're thinking of writing anything yourselves or custom vows, just remember it's an option, not an obligation. There's no pressure to make a custom declaration if you're not comfortable with it. Oh. I had custom Is it actually gonna make me write it though? I'm not writing fucking vows. Absolutely fucking not. I had custom vows in mind, to be honest. Truthfully, I hope to do more normal ceremony speech. I wanted to let Cove decide what he felt up for. Yes! What does he feel like? I think I want to... Yeah, I figured he would want to make his own. He likes doing his own thing. I'm gonna be nervous either way, and there's a lot I could say. That's cute. Then that's what we'll do. Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled at you so sweetly. You're feeling butterflies already, and the vows hadn't even been said.
Lovely.
It's adorable. Lovely, just lovely, and that is highly personal, so you each can work on them privately outside of our appointments. Am I gonna have to, like, write mine? Please give me, like, multiple choice options, or just don't make me write anything at all. Baxter relaxed back in his chair and looked you both over. His smile curved widely, and it was the look that made Cove nervous. You could feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's talk a little more about traditions and wedding norms. Oh, which way are we going with this?
To be honest.
We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks not to be splattered with cake, or for whatever else, and the other does exactly the opposite simply because they think it's funny, I will personally see to it that your marriage ends. Baxter, I fucking love you, though. Thank you. You're a beautiful fucking person. I hate when people do that shit. It's mean. Like if the couple agrees to do silly shit like that, that's one thing. But if, like, the bride is like, I swear to God, I am in a $500, $1,000 dress or whatever. I don't know how much they are, right? I don't ever plan on spending that much money on the fucking dress. And their hair is all done up, their face is covered in makeup, they look great, and they want to continue looking great for the rest of the night until they take it all off. And, you know, don't hit me with cake. And then they do. Bastards. I love you, Baxter. I love you so much. And the other does exactly the opposite. Yee! If you can't treat your partner and their boundaries with respect on your wedding day, you don't deserve them as your spouse. He's seen some shit. He's seen some shit already. I love him. Now, and sincerely doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it's an occupational hazard.
In that case...
With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want included. Well, I definitely don't want anything to happen with the cake. It should just be for eating. I'd like to do a proper cake cutting with Cove without all the mess. I want to smash some cake. Cove, you can smear it on me too. It'd be fun to smash some cake in Cove's face, but I wouldn't want to get any on myself. Cove should, but I wouldn't want to smash cake on him. Soft smile tugged at the corner of Cove's lips. He nodded in agreement.
Sure.
Whatever tradition or not, I'd rather eat it too. No complaints here. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. That's another important detail done. We should discuss who you'd like to officiate the ceremony.
I can do that.
I can arrange for a standard justice of the peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, judge, or anyone else that you have in mind, please send me their contact information. Preferably right away. I can work things out with them, and we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure of what to say, Cove glanced over at you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. Hi, Cosmic! I'm planning my wedding. I don't mind having a justice of the peace officiating. There is a religious figure I have in mind we could ask. I do have a certain figure in mind we could ask. Yee! Welcome! A regular certified figure in mind we can ask. I wonder who this is. I'm wondering who this is supposed to be. If anyone. I'm curious as to who it is, but it's fine. The green-haired boy. The green-haired boy is who I'm marrying. The brown-haired boy is my wedding planner. Who is apparently a friend I knew when I was a teenager. There's a whole story to this game. Just enjoy the wedding stuff, it's silly.
Right.
Me either. He shrugged, glancing over at you to make sure a simple justice of the peace is all you needed. Yeah, I don't care otherwise. Wonderful. I'll get that in motion right away.
Very well.
Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive at the ceremony? God! Will one come in first and the other come down the aisle, or perhaps you both want to enter together? I'd love to see... Oh! I'd love to see Cove come down the aisle. I would, actually. I have my heart setting on walking down the aisle. Cove, would you want to walk together? Oh, what are you thinking? The only reason I would want to walk down is because I would want to be, like, with my moms. You know? Like, I would want my moms to be with me when I did it. That being said, I would like to do it with him, too. That'd be cute. If I pick this one, will it let me do it with my moms? Here, I'm gonna see, and if it doesn't let me pick to do it with my moms, we're just gonna rewind, and I'll do it with Cove then, because I'd rather than just do it together if I can't do it with my moms. Although having Cove walk down would be cute too. Sheepish, you squirmed in your seat and Cove's mouth wobbled as the whole demeanor brightened.
Yeah.
I like that idea a lot. Aw, that's cute. His eyes shone with fondness that made your pulse quicken. I'll do it then, you nodded. I was thinking I wouldn't walk alone. That makes sense. Either option is adorable. I know, they're so cute. They're all pretty good, so. My mom's. Yes! I was hoping my moms could walk me down the aisle. Yes! 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 Exactly what I wanted. Oh! Would it be okay if I asked your dad? I could get Cliff to walk me down the aisle too? That'd be so fucking cute! Would it be okay if I asked your... Oh, I love Kira. Would it be okay if I asked your parents? It makes more sense for my moms to do it, but it would also be really cute if it was his dad, because his dad is like the whole reason we actually met. But that's... now I'm torn. because I really wanted it to be my mom. This is why I could never plan an actual wedding. I would just get fucking locked in decisions and I'd be like, fuck this. Damn it! Damn it! Well, okay, his dad already has a position. He's the best man. Where's the option to get all the parents to walk? All 4 of them? I don't know. Hold on. I'm actually gonna save this right here. Because I'm cheap. I'm gonna save it. And then one day I'll come back to this and I'll pick his dad. Because I do like that option a lot. Because I really like Cliff. But I do want it to be my mom's. I think it makes more sense. And it reminds me of me and my mom. Not my mom walking me down. I walked my mom down the aisle at her last wedding. Or... I'm the one who gave her away, is technically is what it was considered. Little, they're gonna love that. You should definitely ask them. Yes, of course I'm gonna get my moms to do it. Having his dad do it was tempting, though. Mostly because it's actually really thematic for it to be him. That's cute. That would be a cute option. Be really nice to have them with me for that. Cove's face was a shade pinker from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you both settled on. You were too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you full attention. We still haven't talked about budget, which I don't think we're ever actually going to talk about in this game. Because they've never mentioned money in this game once. You just have the money you need to have. At the time, is how it works.
Does that sound alright?
Oh, and are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It is possible to skip that. Yeah, we've got rings. No, we don't have rings for that. Cove answered, explaining how you would exchange Cove answered, explaining how you wouldn't exchange it. It's the same thing, but then Cove says it? I guess? It feels weird making him be the one to answer it when it's the same answer I would give. But because it's an option, because it's here, I want to know what he says. That's the thing. Like, I would have just picked this one, but now I'm like, oh, I can make Cove say it? What does Cove say? What does he say if I make him say it? Fuck it. We were thinking that was gonna happen. We, already got rings for it.
Of course.
Of course, we can easily save the moment for that in this one. I'm wondering if you say no, if they're gonna go over, like, different traditions? But maybe not. And a small reminder, couples generally take off engagement rings before the ceremony to wear just the wedding bands during the wedding. Thanks. You couldn't help picturing the matching wedding bands you had gotten together. You were... Oh, they were gold, rose gold, silver, platinum, black. Ooh! I'm edgy as fuck! How black are we talking? If it's like black metal, but then like there's colorful gems, like purple, or, you know, basic diamonds are okay-ish too, especially if their band is black. That's pretty cool. But I also just like silver ones. Goth wedding, let's go! And a round band, a jeweled band, V-shaped with jewels. I think that's the one Cove has. I think Cove has a V-shape with jewels. Fuck it! The stones you'd both decide. White diamond. Ooh, black diamonds. Pink, green, purple. Purple! That wasn't even a question. I knew what I was looking for, but I wanted to read them. I couldn't even get through it. It was purple. It's always purple. They were incredible, but before you completely lost focus, Baxter spoke again. So do either of you want to have a bouquet? Oh, sure. Small chuckle fell from Clove. What's wrong with me? Cove's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waited attentively. When Cove realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't need a whole bouquet. Yeah, I agree. I'd like to have one. I don't need one either. Don't be shy. You should have one. We should both have one. It'll be nice. I'm okay with not having all of the flowers. Are you both positive? Silently you held Cove's eye, you nodded, certain with your decision. He turned back to Baxter. We're good on the flowers. I agree. Bouquets are cute, but flowers at weddings are such a bitch. And they're expensive. I don't know if they're like the most expensive part of weddings, but they're considered like some of the most expensive parts, I think, is usually the flowers. And that's because they have to be like plucked and maintained and shipped and taken care of all within like a short span of time before they wilt and get shitty or something. I don't know. I don't exactly know what causes that, but I don't know. I'm not into flowers. I like other cool things. They're also generally pretty wasteful. Yeah. We'll nix all further talks of bouquets then. I bet you get to pick all the flowers. If you pick a bouquet, you get to pick what it looks like, more or less. Baxter's gaze lifted from his notes. What's funny is I don't think this game is actually gonna let me make my dream wedding, because my dream wedding is that, like, the centerpiece of all of the tables is, like, coffee, right? So there's, like, coffee, tea, and, like, juice or something, right? And then there's cookies, and then there's a bunch of stuff to put in the it's like a little coffee bouquet centerpiece that everybody makes with coffee. And that's the dream. That's the extent of the dream. That's as far as I got. That's all I care about. Oh, and the fact that it was basically gonna be a breakfast wedding because I fucking love waffles. That's about all of the basics sorted out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There's vows, but from where you can personalize it with more rituals and such. If there's any particular... Oh, here we go. If there's any particular tradition that you'd like to have, you're welcome to let me know. Yeah, that's what I was asking. If they were going to do, like, talk about hand tying or stuff like that.
Don't worry about it.
I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I don't want to be... Oh, I just want to be whatever Little hopes for. He's so cute. Charming. Little? I just want to keep the ceremony simple. I'd like it to jump the... Oh, I do know that one. I like the sand pouring ritual. I know that... Oh, my aunt and uncle did that one. There's the hand fasting. I want to do a break of glass. Oh, that one sounds like a bitch. I'd like a blanket ceremony. Why is that familiar? It's like familiar, but I can't picture it. I want to have a floral garland exchange. Oh, can there be confetti tossed when we leave? No, fuck confetti. I feel so bad for the people who have to clean that shit up. We'll keep it simple, even though... Well, actually... I'm getting married in the game. It's just a joke. It's clickbait. I actually do like the sand pouring ritual. It was pretty cute. I liked when my aunt and uncle did it. And it kind of makes sense for these two. No, you're good. That's why I titled it like that, was to make it sound silly. That would be cool. And I feel like it makes sense for these two because they're both from the beach. Sure, fuck it. The light chuckle escaped Baxter while he took note of that, the corner of his mouth hooked into an amused smile. It's very fitting for you two considering where you grew up. See, he's aware. He knows. Thank you, Baxter. On the same page. Perfect wedding planner. Beautiful man. We love Sunset Bird. The beach will always be our home. Exactly, that was my thought. Then that'll be perfect. Anything else? Oh, we can do all of them? No. That would be so obnoxious. I wonder how many you could do. First of all, doing more than one is already fucking obnoxious. Is there anybody out there who does more than one, short of it being, like, part of a whole group tradition thing? No, that's more than enough, thank you. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly. Very well, so that's the ceremony. Yay! Hold on, I'm looking up whatever the blanket wedding is. Or blanket thing. Blanket wedding ceremony. It's an ancient native tradition. Alright, this is like the first thing off of Google, so if it's incorrect, don't blame. Oh! Blanket ceremony is an ancient Native American tradition. A couple is wrapped in a blanket and then kissed while wrapped up. That's cool. That is not what I was thinking of when I said it was familiar. But on the very base Google search that I did, it sounds cute. I don't know any more than that. And if it's incorrect, blame Google. Any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have room for casual dancing throughout the evening. But I need to know if you should schedule or any particular kind of dance. Well, we did ask him for dancing lessons, so let's fucking make good on those. Such as a first dance between only you and Cove at the start. Oh god, that's embarrassing. Both of you turned to each other curiously. A deep red blush crept across your cheeks, and then he felt overwhelmed. Cove's gaze dropped to the floor. Well, only if you're good with it. I would want to have a dance. He wants to do the first dance! That's so cute! I didn't think he would. I want to have a first dance with you too. I'm so sorry, but I don't want to have the dance where I'm the center of attention. This is true, but I'll fucking do it for him. He does so much for me. I'll do it for him because he wants it. It's so cute. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat. Adorable. You beamed, overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. They're so fucking cute, it makes me sick. It would also be nice if we had dances with our own parents. I agree. It'd be sweet if we had songs where we danced with each other's parents. I do want to dance with his parents, because I love Cliff and Kira. I want to plan a money dance, too. I can only imagine what that is, and that doesn't sound like something I actually want. We should have a dance with our parents and a money dance. What the fuck is a... Do people throw money at us? What are these weird wedding traditions? Hold on, we're back to Google. I want to know what this stupid... It sounds self-explanatory, but I want to make sure. It doesn't sound like something I want, but I want to make sure it's as stupid as it sounds. We should plan a dance with each other's parents and have money dance too. You were looking forward to that moment. Okay. An event at some weddings, receptions, and various cultures. During the money dance, male guests pay to dance briefly with the... Oh! It is something I am not at all interested in. But it is apparently a cultural thing, so good for them. It is not for me. It would be sweet if we had songs where we danced with each other's parents. I agree with this one. You'd have to dance with both of my moms, you tall bitch. A part of you could already imagine your mom's delight taking turns twirling Cove around the dance floor, but that wasn't your only reason for suggesting it. The Filipino wedding I went to years ago, the money dance was where we'd pin paper money to the bride's dress or something. Yeah, that's what it looked like. I saw some pictures, although there was stuff on, I don't know if it was the groom, but a man in a tux, so one of the wedding party or a well-dressed party member. Again, like one sentence Google search was all I got. I'm not spending that much time on it. It seems interesting. It's not really something I would want to take part in. You'd love to have a special moment with Kove's parents yourself. Yes, I would. Yes, I do, because I love his parents. It was significant that they both welcomed you with open arms. They'd be kind, stable figures. They'd been kind, stable figures for so much of your life now. You wanted to honor that. Yay! A rosy blush dusted his cheeks a deeper pink. A parent dance? That'd be great, actually. Then it settled. Baxter continued to keep track of the details by jotting it down on paper. He kept up with the pace of the conversation with words and writing easily. He's so fucking skilled and suave. I love him. I'm glad that he came back, even though he did not answer my question when I said, why the fuck haven't you contacted me in, like, over 5 years, you bitch? And he was like, don't worry about it. I'm your wedding planner now. And you're like, you fucking bitch. Alright. And speaking of ceremony and reception, that's my area of expertise. If you're going on a honeymoon afterwards, that'll be something I'd recommend perhaps a travel agent for, or, honestly, arranging between only you two without any middleman. Yeah. Kove didn't blink at the caveat.
Sure.
We'll handle that while we're here. It's just about the day of. I get it. Fantastic. Now back to the wedding. Do you have a sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal or casual? Do you have a particular color you want the wedding party to wear? Purple! Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the ceremony, or would you prefer picking that out together? I'm not sure. And also, what about hair? I can let my hair down so it would be fancier, though if that's not important, I can keep it the same. Good question. What do you think, Little? He can do what he wants with his hair. As long as it's, brushed. I don't give a shit. You consider this? I mean, I would love to see his hair done up, I guess. Sure. Fuck it. Like a casual feel personally, I was hoping for a formal occasion. We could do something in between formal and casual. I can go with whatever level of formality Kove is good with. I kind of want to... I wonder what this is, because this is probably close to what I would imagine. Like, people kind of dressed nice-ish, but like... Well, this depends, right? Again, the dream wedding is like breakfast, so I want everybody to show up in pajamas. But... that's not gonna happen here. Or we can go full formal and just make it ridiculous. Or we can have Kove pick. I think Kove would pick maybe more casual or between formal and casual-ish. Somewhere in there. We'll find a middle ground. I think we can find a middle ground. I'm not gonna be too uppity about dress code. Just, brush your hair, wear shoes. Kind of. Although, to be fair, every wedding I've gone to, I've worn, like, heels. Because I've been a part of the party more, usually. And then as soon as the fucking ceremony part is over and all of the fancy shit, shoes off. And then the bride usually has 2 different sets of shoes. They usually have heels for the ceremony and pictures. And then they have nice shoes for actually walking around and dancing. That's the way to go, man. Doesn't matter to me what the wedding party wears. I'd be happy if the main color was blue, yellow, green, purple, pink, red, orange. Purple!
Sounds good.
Purple. If Kove doesn't object, purple. Also, I'd love to surprise you with my outfit during the wedding. I'd feel a lot better if we help each other got out outfits. I don't care if the clothes are secret or not. I don't really care. I think it'd be cute to surprise him, but it's also cute to search, so we'll see what he prefers. If it's not a big deal either way, could we have it be a surprise? I think that'd be kind of nice. So cute! Yes, that's fine. That's definitely fine, Kove. I would like if yours was more on the full suit set, though. I would like it if your outfit was kind of simple, though. You were sure Cove would look great no matter what. Yeah, just let him do him. And Cove, it'd be wonderful to see you with a fancier hairstyle. I think your normal hairstyle is perfect. Do whatever you want with your hairstyle. I feel like if I do this, he'll pick the fancier one because he wants to. He seems to want to, like, go all in. But I also kind of want to pick this one because I want to make sure he picks the fancier hairstyle because I want to see what it is. Shit. Sure. Okay, I'll do it. Excellent work. I know this has all been a lot of Q&Aing. There's much to consider for this big of an event. Then Baxter's pen was placed back in his pocket and it had come from. He ran his now free hand along the smooth inside edges of his jacket.
Thank you.
Thank you two for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meeting when we can truly get into specificity.
Oh?
That's everything? We're leaving? Yes, you can go. Or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but I'm not throwing you out. Alright. Bye. Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off, despite still being seated and not going anywhere yet. He'd gotten so into the discussion of the wedding he'd forgotten his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time, but that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cove followed his motion, getting up out of your own seats together. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. Can I hug him? You gave him a friendly nudge in the arm instead. You offered a fist bump. You shook your head politely. Opened. Will he hug me? It's been like 5 years. Hug me, bitch. He smirked, letting you wrap yourself around him. He patted your back rather than giving a complete hug himself, but he liked your version of a farewell interaction just fine. Yay. It's great that you're Baxter. I fucking hate it here. Take it back. I don't want to play this game anymore. It's fucking stupid. Have a good day. Boo. It's like something Dem would say. I'm expecting specialist treatment since we're such great friends. Don't work too hard.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today, little. I'm glad to have seen you. Then he offered the same gesture to Cove. Your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter's hand a solid shake. God, Cove looks like he could snap Baxter in half. Thanks, and same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I remember. The two men released the other's hand, settling the agreement to take this chance and put a new foot forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. Boy's got guns. Yeah, he does. The pop and subsequent click from the opening and closing of the car doors played out in sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant and had an upward bend that made it sound like a question. So that went well? Before you could respond to the not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does. He was good at what he did before, as far as we knew. I just don't know why he cut off contact with us. He put his hands on the wheel and peeked at you through the reflection in the overhead mirror. Right, Baxter will do wonderfully. I just hope he doesn't suggest a monochrome color scheme. He's absolutely the guy for the job. I don't know, as long as he's grown out of hitting on both of us, it should be fine. You didn't.
You're right.
I have faith in him. Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke, the wheels rumbling easily down the newly developed city streets of the area. But that was the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't allow you to relax into normal, comfortable silence. Cove, are you okay? His mood easily lifted back at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Cutie. Sometimes I still can't believe we're together, we're engaged, and soon we're gonna be married. It's incredible, and it never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever be used to it, not really. I love you, I feel the same. It's like living an incredible dream. You put your hand on his shoulder. You felt relieved he was okay and settled in. His cheeks squished at his eyes from the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. This is where the story turns into a tragedy and they just wham! Get into a car crash or something. Psych! You're not getting married. Finally, the lack of words felt right between the two of you, and you took the chance to let the day sink in as best you could. After all the years you'd known Cove, you now were going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then suddenly the day had ended and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. It was early afternoon when you stepped outside, breathing in the good weather. The gentle breeze warmed your skin, and while you waited for Cove. Oh, your skin while waiting for Cove. He wasn't far behind, but there was still a serene moment to watch the puffy white clouds move across the sky. You were grateful for that because the second you both hopped into Cove's car, your brain was filled to the brim with wedding planning once again. Before you could progress any further, you needed to cross some of the most important details off the list. Putting the wedding party together and seeing if Mom and Ma will do the aisle walk. Those were the goals for that day.
Are you okay?
Are you doing alright? I have high hopes for today, and that's scary, but otherwise I'm okay. What about you? Cove turned away while his eyebrows pinched together. His grip on the steering wheel tightened briefly before he made himself relax and the stiffness in his pose. Tense, but good. Better than good, really. I'm excited. Me too. Every time you imagine the conversation you'd have today, they all boiled down to the same feeling, joy. The people you picked were all important figures in your lives, and you just couldn't wait to see how they'd take the news. Cove nodded and added a happy hum in response. And with that, you were on the road home. Naturally, Cove navigated the car towards the old neighborhood. It was soothing, winding down the familiar paths of your childhood. You spent so many years expanding your world little by little on foot, and then by car. The older you grew, the further you went. But there was always a place back there for you. Cove parked along the upper ends of the street, side by side. You headed out, aiming for his dad's condo. How close do we live? Whatever. Your first visit for the day, Cove waited to ask his father to be the best man, and you'd be there for him. Cove's newly outstretched hand was halfway to the doorknob when he paused uncharacteristically. Actually, I'm gonna knock. Since when? I think he'll just be happy to see you no matter what. Although, maybe you shouldn't be walking into your dad's house when he no longer has people living with him and, could have girls over. Who knows? Or boys. Whoever. Yeah, probably a good idea to knock. The warmth intensifies in Cove's expression. His hand changed direction and he gave the door 2 firm knocks. It didn't take Mr. Holden long to answer the door. His initial shock quietly melted into a cheery grin.
Come on.
Come in, come in. His attention bounced back and forth between you and Cove as he moved aside to let you stroll in. He's not surprised that we're here. How far away do we live? Hey Dad, how are you?
Great.
I'm great. Cool. Well, Cove stalled, bashfully staring down at his feet and rubbing the back of his neck. You knew just how important this was to him. Aww. He took a deep breath and didn't wilt under his dad's growing concern. So, Little and I were talking about the wedding, and I realized that I needed to ask you about something. I'm all ears, whatever you need, I'm your guy. Cute. Cove swallowed nervously and nodded, and then the corners of his mouth started to perk up. I was wondering if you might be alright being my best man in the wedding party. Cute. Cliff's shirt is so cute. Oh, his little sharks and jellyfish, they are cute. Mr. Holden slammed his hand on his chest, clutching his heart. You waited for any kind of sign of life. A part of you wasn't even sure if he was breathing until he finally gasped a lungful of air. Little sharks! I know they are cute.
Are you sure?
Cove, you don't have to do that. Cove's brows bent up, but his delicate smile grew wider. Nobody's forcing me. This is what I want.
That's...
Dad, you've always supported me through the good and the bad. For my whole life, you've taken care of me. His expression was earnest as he stepped forward, your chest swelled with pride listening to Cove's honest plea. Stop, it's so cute. Why would I want somebody else to be my best man? No, it's so cute. I miss my mom. Completely touched, Mr. Holden grasped his son by the shoulders and then wrapped him in a hug. Cove embraced him just as tightly and rested a cheek on his dad. There's nothing in the world that would stop me from being there for my boy.
Thanks.
Sniffling, Cove's voice came out softly and laden with emotion. With teary eyes, Cliff invitingly reached an arm out. Yes! I'll hug! I hug. That simple invitation instantly had your vision clouding with tears. The Holdens felt like family to you, and right now it really settled in how much all of you were now without question family. Stop! It's so fucking adorable. Inching forward, you let yourself be pulled into their loving embrace. You clung onto them both. My tall boys. Finally, Cliff pulled back, letting his shaking form settle again. Because we were talking about sharks, I thought that said shark form. God damn it. Well, I'm sure you're both busy, so I won't keep you. Mr. Holden crossed his arms. Despite the misty eyes, he beamed, taking in the sight of you and Cove. But I really appreciate you both coming by, and I'm around if either of you ever need anything. Thanks, and yeah, we need to invite the rest of the wedding party before we see the wedding planner later. You were our very first stop today. Animorphs into sharks. God, I loved those books. Mr. Holden managed to brighten even more hearing that. Cove shyly nodded and rubbed his arms.
Nice work.
Very good, you're being so responsible. I won't hold you up on your way. Thanks again. I guess we're on to the next stop. You glanced over at Cove. He nodded surely, and you felt a calming surge of confidence. Have fun spreading the good news. We will. Bye, Dad. Can I call him Dad now? They gave me that option in step 4, but can I do it now that we're getting married? Please! The sun was warm on your skin as you left Mr. Holden's house. Stretching your arms overhead, you pivoted to Cove, feeling refreshed. Ready?
Come on.
Let's go. With one last glance around the neighborhood, you silently said goodbye. There was so much more to do today, and that would require hitting the road again. Wait, I thought we were asking my mom's. Humming to yourself, you watched Cove bring the car towards the city. Your next visit would be to meet up with Terry and Miranda in their neck of the woods. You couldn't wait. I thought we were asking my mom's. Oh well. Yeah, they said we had to ask them about the aisle thing. You did tell them in advance that the wedding planning was bringing you and Cove out of the way, so your friends were expecting you today. Oh. But as far as you knew, they didn't have any idea what you were preparing to ask. Pulling into the parking lot along the street, Cove was in high spirits. He eagerly hopped out of the car, and you caught up with him with light steps. You weren't that far away from the car when you heard a familiar, friendly shouts nearby. You spotted Terry and Miranda running along the brick path to meet you and Cove halfway. Hello. So good to see you. Long time no see. You and Cove hurried over to meet up with them, and he waved widely. Thanks for coming down. Little and I have something to talk to you about, and this is really nice to be able to do it in person. Neither of them dared to interrupt, but Terry and Miranda did share a silent look. They both seemed eager to know the details. Terry, could you be a groomsman in my wedding party?
Finally!
Yes, I made the cut! Thrilled, he threw a satisfied fist in the air. Terry's grin stretched ear to ear. Does that mean you accept? You laughed. Don't act too surprised now. Terry let out a rumbling laugh and crossed his arms. Miranda watched him fondly. He was hoping that Cove would ask. Shh, you're not supposed to tell them that. Miranda covered her mouth partially with her hand, but her giggles still escaped. Terry shook his head, but there was nothing but pure affection. Oh well. I'm a groomsman, and you can't take it back. It's set in stone. We could take it back. He's so tall. Every time they put Cove, like, he's supposed to be, right? Like, they've talked about it the entire game, how tall he is. But he's taller than everybody else in the entire game by, like, a lot. It's so cute. No! Cove snickered, leaning towards you. And Miranda, will you be wedding crewmate for my wedding party? We're pretending to be pirates. Yes, I accept. Thank you so much. That'd be wonderful. Terry cheered again, pulling Miranda in for a one-armed side hug. You matched their excitement. Go Team Cove. Go Team... We're not teams! No fighting, please. Excuse me? Miranda and Terry burst into laughter at your remark. Meanwhile, you wrinkled your nose until Cove smiled. Yo, pirate weddings. That should be a thing. It probably is. I'm sure I could look one up. Imagine being rich enough to, like, rent an authentic, like, old pirate ship, though, to do it on. That'd be cool. You'd have to be fucking loaded, I'm sure. Especially so far, everyone in this game is already wearing nautical themed clothes. Yes, the game takes place in California near the beach. So everybody's beach attire all day, every day. Team Little and Cove's wedding forever. Terry put his hands on his hips and nodded sagely.
Agreed.
That's the truth, Randy. This is how all California is. I don't know, we'd have to ask Panda. Seriously, thanks for this. It's super nice to include us in the wedding parties. Of course. We couldn't imagine the wedding any other way. Thanks for meeting us here. It's nothing, but you'll probably have to get going now, huh? Yeah, we have a meeting with the wedding planner pretty soon. the Baxman. Oh yeah, we already told him. I guess we already told them that Baxter became our wedding planner. With a curt shake of his head, Cove rolled his eyes, completely unamused, and Miranda's brow furrowed. Wait, I thought you were joking when you mentioned that. Is he really planning your wedding? He is. Wow. That's what I said. I remember when we were all here watching free-range fireworks, and now you two are getting married and Baxter is the one planning it. Preposterous. It's definitely something. But that's what we're doing, and we're gonna go do it now. Cove awkwardly rubbed his arm, understanding. Harry gave him a thumbs up. Safe travels. Have fun. Thanks again, we'll see you both soon. We didn't ask my moms about the thingy. Maybe it's just implied that we did. I don't know. Harry and Miranda morained on the walkway while you and Cove returned to the car. When you were alone again, you spoke up. That was good. Yeah. I mean, it's not like I was really expecting them to say no. They're my friendos. He wasn't facing you, but you could still admire the happy curve in his lips. It was nice to visit your friends for a little while. It was even better to have another thing set for the big day. With a determined stare, Cove pulled his phone out and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Once it was all set, he put the car in drive, and you both were on your way once more. While Cove drove, you pulled your phone out and scrolled through your contact list. Just for the record, what is it? We're an hour and a half in? I am planning to do all of this in one go, and I said I had no idea how long it was. I was assuming it would fill roughly 2 hours of time, because it was a whole DLC on its own, so I imagined it would be long enough to justify that. It could be longer, but we're gonna find out. Because I don't really plan on stopping in the middle of, adorable wedding planning. It's too cute. The rest of the task would have to be done long distance, so you turned the speaker up and made the call. Dialing up your big sister, you set the phone to speaker. You were already expecting the inevitable joke she'd have up her non-sleeves. Hey little, what do you need to inform me of? Hi to you too, Liz. Oh, hi Cove. This is gonna be good. Liz's intrigued tone became teasing, realizing she was on speaker. I guess you can't even pretend to have a normal conversation first. No. I mean, in fairness, she's basically your big sister too, so she gets to bully you. It's kind of how big sisters go. You're planning a wedding, and you have something in the works by now. You could tell by the way Cove quietly took a deep breath that he was conflicted. In your gut, you knew he wanted to admonish her and shake his head, but she wouldn't see that. It's always nice to talk to you, Liz. Fine, let's cut to the chase. She's right. I'm so glad my big sis is on the ball. So you do have wedding news to share. To be fair, I'm pretty sure everybody knows. When the wedding couple calls you up out of nowhere and drives out of their way to meet you in person, you're like, I know what's about to happen. Right? Like, I feel like you would have a guess. And Cove and I were hoping you'd be maid of honor. Yes, excellent choice. Yeah, of course. Gotta have big sis. I'm so proud that my baby sister grew up to be a bright human being. All my years of being a good role model for you. Alright. To look up to paid off in the end. Are you done? Liz Huff and faux offense over the line. You could easily imagine the smirk on her face. In case you didn't know, I had an entire acceptance speech ready. I would have thanked you in it. But it can be done now if I must. Oh, I can be done now if I must. Liz cracked up over the line. She needed some time to collect herself, but then she did. She spoke much more earnestly this time.
Thank you.
But that aside, honestly, I'd love to be your maid of honor. Thank you so much for having me. No, thank you. This means a lot. Me too, little sister. Liz is a cutie. She is. She was a little shit when we were kids, though. Do you get to customize how she looks? No. Liz looks, however, all of the NPCs, with the exception of Cove, have just set appearances and how they change throughout the years. Cove can be altered. He can either be altered by, like, your decisions in the game, or at the beginning of each step, you can change his appearance if you want to. And then you also get to kind of pick your appearance, but as you don't actually have, like, a rendered model like these in the game, you don't get to really see it. What it is it's like a little chibi doll, and you just dress up the little chibi doll. Just so there's general reference for what you look like. It's kind of cute. I'm glad you're going to be a part of this too, Liz. It's natural that you would be. You've been there all along for better and worse. I was wondering because Liz looks like how little... That's what everybody's been saying! When I made Little, and then somebody else who watches it, Scrawl, saw Liz, they were like, wait, does your appearance affect your sister? And I'm like, no, she looks like that regardless of your choices. They were like, that's so wild that they actually both look alike. And I'm like, yeah. Our parents had a type, I guess. I don't know. Rude, but fair. I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
Cool, we gotta go and do more wedding things. Talk to you later. Keep me updated. Bye, Liz. And with that, you could happily check another box off your to-do list. That was another invitation sent and accepted. Taking a deep breath, you pulled out the contact for the next person on your mind, you hit the call button and waited. Oh, Lee! So we are just gonna go up the list. You waited for your cousin to pick up. Cove noticed out of the corner of his eye that you positioned the phone a little further away than normal. He nodded in agreement with that decision. Hi, Little. How's the wedding planning going? Any news? The girls are on it. The girls know what you're calling about. They know exactly what's up. Here we go. Despite his amused tone, Cove still held the wheel more tightly, bracing for the volume of the coming conversation. Lee was clearly already excited for any potential scoop. She's so cute. I love Lee, and I love her hair. Oh, was that Cove? Hi! Hi, Lee. She uncharacteristically remained silent after the greetings, waiting patiently for what this was about. Everybody knows. Hey, Lee, can I ask you something? Oh, but of course. Mm-hmm. Will you be a wedding crewmate in my wedding party? Really? Jesus. Chuckling, you can feel Cove's affectionate gaze on your skin. It was easy for you both to imagine the way Lee must have been vibrating with the wedding energy as she let her enthusiasm spill out loudly over the phone. Lee's cheering was exactly what you wanted to hear. Eventually, she called an end to her mini celebration when she was forced to pause to take a deep breath. I think it's safe to say that was a yes. Sounded like one to me too. Totally, yes, I'm in, you know I am. Yes. I'm still just stunned about everything. My cousin is getting married. This is gonna be so amazing. Thank you, Lee. We appreciate the support. That's what family is for. I'm always just a phone call away. Thanks, Lee. We have some more wedding-related things to do, and we'll pick this up again later. Works for me. Good luck with planning, and I expect a detailed report face-to-face soon. Bye, Little. Bye, I'm still here. I never forget you. They're gonna be cousins soon. It's so cute. Energized, you hung up, already awaiting the next time you'd see Lee in person. Stretching your arms out, you pleasantly took the world rolling by your window. Are we gonna tell the moms, and are we gonna call Jeremy at some point? Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind and hit the call button and waited. Oh, Kira! Mama Kira! At Kira's name, you hope that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple rings. Hello, little, and hello, baby. Hi, Mom 3.
Huh?
Hi, Mom. How'd you know I was here? When are you ever far from little, especially with what's happening lately? Fuck! The girls are in the know. His dad was the only one who was surprised. Which is not surprising, because his dad is adorable and dense. Oh, yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good, really good. Little and I actually have something that we wanted to ask you. They're part hive mind. What, all of the girls? Yes. All of the moms and the best friends. I'm all ears. I was hoping that you'd be a groomswoman at my wedding party. Oh, my heart, yes, of course. I'll be your groomswoman. Brain cells linked. You can count on me.
I'm so glad.
Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Cove has both of his parents in his lineup. I don't have either of mine. Both of my parents are walking me down the aisle. That's what they're doing. Everybody else in my lineup is my sister, my cousin, and my friend. I'm so sad Derek didn't end up being a part of the wedding party in some way, because I couldn't find a good spot for him, but next time I might pick him as one of my people, because that'd be cute. You have to keep going with more planning, but we'll talk to you later. Good luck, my babies. Take care. I'll see you both again soon. Thanks again. Bye, Mom. Mama Kira is great. We love her. Cove was elated when you ended the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the to-do list. Alright, we have at least my mom's left, right? I think that's it. Leaning back in your chair, you finally put your phone away and slid your attention to Cove with an easy smile. Oh, I guess not. The high excitement was fading and leaving a comfortable tiredness in place, but you wouldn't trade the joy and support you got today for anything. Cove gave a little cheer over your mutual success.
Yeah.
We did it! We have wedding parties! Yay! Cove didn't take his focus off the road, but you could hear every bit of relief in his voice, the corner of his mouth curved. I mean, I guess it's not exactly surprising that things went fine, but it's hard to act casual about any of this. I know how you feel. It matters as much to me. It matters as much to me too. I can't believe it's happening. It's okay to lighten up, you know. Well, it wouldn't be Cove if you weren't panicking just a little. You put a reassuring hand. Yeah. You held a hand out to him and he took it. A part of you was tempted to lace your fingers together, but you didn't want to hold his hand hostage for very long, so you gave him a gentle squeeze instead. It means the world to me too. Alright, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There's a whole rest of a wedding to plan for. Are there more choices I get to make? I'll do it. Yes! Do I get to actually pick the venue? Because we kind of brought it up our last meeting, but we haven't actually reached that part yet. A new day and another visit to your new wedding planner came down the rushing river that was your life at this time. You, Cove, and Baxter were each settled into the same spots at the appointment prior, but there wasn't any of that initial shock. Instead, things started off with a simple greeting. We have a wedding party now. Everyone we wanted accepted. Oh, you work faster than I do. Wonderful. I'll check it off and we can move fully forward. I hope you're excited. I love Baxter. I hope he gets his own DLC because he's hot. I couldn't be more excited. He gave a firm nod. I could take it or leave it. You bet your butt. Okay, well, it's fine. Bo stutteringly giggled over the conversation.
Me too.
Well, he pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluid motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event. Oh, nice. So that's taken care of. But there's the meal catering, cake, and other breakfast wedding. I want a cake. Okay. Baxter coyly grinned at the abrupt interruption, unbothered. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are the outfits for you both, and you'll naturally need to decide where the ceremony and reception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make a call on any of that now, we could always start with the dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding is going to be is pretty important to get done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing to kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it back up. Little, any thoughts for your to-be husband? We could decide the venues now. It shouldn't be put off longer. How about we pick a caterer? Let's design a cake, Cove. Could we go clothing shopping? It'd be nice to be in the dance. I wonder if we can end up doing all of these. Alright, I agree. Don't put off the venue any longer because you have to fucking book those bitches long in advance. Like, I can...
Yeah.
Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you. Alright, now we're getting serious. Fuck. Cove gulped, his Adam's apple briefly retreating up into his chin as if afraid, but he nodded his assent.
Alright.
Willow's right, we should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do it. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you rated yourself for such a critical decision in your wedding preparation. Here we go. Don't most people, well, maybe not most people, but every time I've seen people, well, I guess most of the times I've seen people plan a wedding has been in movies. And people in movies always have, like, the perfect venue. This is where my parents got married. This is where blah 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 happened, right? Like, they always have that picked out. I guess it's not, because I don't think my mom had a venue picked. She went through quite a few of them. Because she jumped whole states several times. Like, at one point they wanted to have it held in our hometown. Or her hometown. But they ended up having it closer to, like, the groom's space, which, like, was on the other side of the country. But yeah, I guess some people jump around a lot. There are stunning buildings in private locations. Naturally, there are also plenty of commercial locations, which can easily host full-sized after-party for your reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. Or if you prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. A beach wedding fits these two, but the idea of it makes me, like, cringe so much. Hate the beach. Especially for a wedding. Like, oh god. I know people do it because it's pretty and it's nice, and I'm sure it's not that bad. Sand is gonna get... It's like sand is gonna get everywhere, and you have to walk in those outfits, which, I mean, I guess you could have more casual attire if you wanted to, but every time I've seen people do it, they're in, like, the full formal big-ass wedding dress and shit, walking through the fucking sand, and I'm like, I can't, I hate it. I hate looking at it. I just, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. It would be cute for these two, though. It would be a perfect spot for these two goobers, but we'll see. You could go for a spot that can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location, but there's no harm in making a little trip from ceremony to the reception afterwards either. That's entirely up to you. He held up his hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continuing to smile wearily. But I don't wish to get carried away with a preamble. Where would you like us to start? How about aquarium wedding? I was thinking that too. I think that's one of the options we're gonna get, or I'm hoping it is. He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, the hand which he'd held in the air now propping up on his chin. Can we figure out where the ceremony will be held first? Can we talk more about reception options? It doesn't matter to me. I want to know what Cove would prefer. You glanced at Cove, curious what he was thinking. Cove still seems to be on the fence about stuff. I mean, I would prefer a venue that has, like, where we do both. Because me as a person, that's what I prefer. Right? Like, if I have to go sit at a church or whatever and do the whole ceremony and then get up and then go to somebody's house and then have the party, kind of meh. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't really matter too much. But, and then... But, what is it? My mom's wedding was... Well, it was all, like, on a resort. So everything was on there. They had the ceremony in one space. And then the party was, like... We walked to another room, basically. We'll go in order. Yeah. He bit his lip before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's the one I'm most excited for, too. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair and then took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen in the other.
I can do that.
I've got photos of the places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at his screen, pulling up the reviews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partly preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use. So there's a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, a mosque, or a synagogue in the same vein. I am not religious. I would feel weird using any of those. There's the beach, as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Poppy Hill? That would be cute. Cove's eyes darted over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places? Baxter nodded ambly. Certainly. What did you have in mind? Well, is he gonna pick Poppy Hill or the beach? He was looking down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. I knew it! Sorry, I hit my desk. I slam my desk when I get excited, and I did it right next to the mic, so I'm so sorry about that. There's the Poppy Hill. You grinned sheepishly as you rubbed the back of your neck. With its starring role in your shared story, it made sense. Cove, still flustered, returned your awkward grin. He was clearly pleased to see that you had been happy with his suggestion. He turned back to Baxter. I told you about it. It's where we got engaged, and... He swallowed. And, it's also where we first met. That's fair. Yeah, that is a good choice. That's sweet. He looks so sad. Baxter, be my friend again. You seem so lonely. He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It's rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guest having to stand, there's just not room for chairs. You could still set up a simple ceremony there. Cove chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. As long as we keep the ceremony short-ish, I don't think people will mind too much having to stand a little bit. Also, if you warn them in advance so they can wear appropriate shoes. If I had to stand in some dirt hill in heels, I would get annoyed. Yeah, I would be antsy. At best, I would be antsy. The confidence had been restored in him, having Baxter take his suggestion seriously and even offer ways to accommodate it. It helped put Cove at ease. I mean, that's the wedding planner's job. When he checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, is another option.
Does that sound alright?
I know of a bigger, flatter field of those flowers in Sunset Bird area that could be spacious enough to have a full setup there. Cove tilted his head as he peered at the phone, genuinely intrigued by the news of another source of his favorite flower.
Oh?
Oh, that's cool. It didn't sound like it might quite be a stunning location. You began considering the possibility. Good to hear. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapping up as another idea came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in redwood forests? No, stop putting out ideas! Even though it's kind of further away, it's an amazing place to be in. He drew his feet in close to the sofa as he looked down, growing. He did love that forest. It is kind of far away, though. We've made some special memories that... Don't say it like that. I think I'm set on the Poppy Hill one. That one sounds pretty good to me. Baxter nodded surely. It is an option for certain spots. We could get it set up if you want. Cove grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so that you could see the palms of each hand.
Well.
Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out most for you? Now it's just too many options. The beach, the poppy hill behind my house, the poppy field outside of town, the historical mansion sounds cool, I guess. But it's such a random one, I think. It's a random one to put in here because so like the synagogue, the mosque, and the church makes sense. The poppy fields and the beach make sense to me. The redwood forest makes sense just because of Cove. Actually, I already know the one I want. I can pick a completely different one? What would I even fucking pick? I really like the Poppy Hill idea. I think that's pretty good. I actually think that's a really good one. It's where the story began, and it's where the story ended, and, well, ended in quotes. I think that's a good one. That one or the beach. The Redwood Forest is cute too, but, yeah. The hill is cute. He lifted his head up from his phone to face you instead, a note of amusement in his voice. I don't have a photo for that. I do. No sand. Well, you can see the beach from the hill, so it's like a twofer. Baxter leaned back in his seat, crossing his legs as he left Cove to manage the presentation of this one. You saw the trembling in Cove's fingers as he tapped through his gallery looking for the photo of the hill. In spite of Baxter's earlier show of support, he was still nervous about the idea. Even though you weren't looking at his screen, you knew the instant he'd found the photo he'd been searching for. Just seeing the picture on his phone made him draw a deep breath through his nostrils. Yee. Cove held out his phone for everyone to see, and there it was, yours and Cove's very own Poppy Hill. He started before drifting off. He tried again, pulling his thoughts and feelings into words as best he could to explain it. It's our hill. It's not that impressive or even flat enough to put out chairs for guests, but we could get married there if you want to. It's so cute. Where we met, where we got engaged, where we spent our life growing up together. Cove's voice was sweet as he spoke, but his eyes were earnest and open. You knew what he was really asking was for your honest opinion, whether you'd want to get married there or not. Yeah. Cove, I think this is the one. Do you? Okay, let's talk about another. I don't need to talk about another one. I think that's pretty good. Because that was the one I thought of too. Me and Cove, same wavelength. Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The Poppy Hill? His wavy eyebrows relaxed. slowly, gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathy snort, followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're going to have a Poppy Hill ceremony.
Exciting.
So cute. Little cuties. His smile indulgently like a teacher, allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get fully carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Well, we're not going to have it on the hill now. I feel like that wouldn't be great for a reception. It's also right next to a neighborhood. That would be annoying. Baxter glanced down his phone, nodding almost Now I'm as he clicked away to get the information he needed. My fucking brain, dude. If I don't get the word on the first go, I just like full stop in the middle of the word and I can't get it. It's terrible. It's terrible, terrible. There's a couple of big halls you could consider. One which is frequently used for dances and another for more formal events. There's also a large room in the historic mansion that could host the reception. Oh, you could basically be in like a ballroom? I see the appeal. Okay. The same one that I mentioned before. A rather new option is actually the aquarium in the city over, which now has the bandwidth to host private.
Seriously?
Really? Really? It'd be in the main display room with the floor to ceiling tanks. His mouth continued to hang open, his face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who'd be as excited by the option as Cove. Alright, well I think we picked already then. As such, the news had temporarily stunned him. All at once he blinked rapidly, closed his mouth in a hurry, your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider.
Of course.
Or, if you wanted something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And even though you didn't want to use the redwood forest for your ceremony, it could also work for a reception, so you're welcome to keep it in mind as an option. Aquarium, let's go! Here's the thing about that. The Redwood Park has been established in this game as to how far away it is from the house. It is a whole day's drive. Is anybody really gonna do that? I mean, I guess people would, but I'm not gonna make people fucking do that. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it. He pursed his lips as he dug around in his mind. Some people fly to other countries to attend the whole wedding, yeah. So, like, I flew to another state. But it wasn't, which is ridiculous. I mean, I wouldn't mind, right? Well, I mean, if I had the fucking money to do that, I would fly to another country for, like, somebody's wedding. Right? I'm not opposed. The thing is, normally when you do that, I wouldn't imagine that, like, the difference between the ceremony and then the reception is like a 12-hour drive. So you go to the ceremony, you do all that jazz, and then you drive 12 hours to actually go have the party. Which is only a couple hours and not even really worth it. I feel like they would be at least a little bit closer. So like if I fly out to another country to attend a wedding, I don't then want to attend the ceremony in one place and then drive 6 hours somewhere else. Hopefully. He pursed his lips, shifted his face. What about that country club your moms were a part of? I knew that was going to be an option, but I don't want to do that one. He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge up the name. Cypress.
Right.
They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out before you'd come to a decision. Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks. Ah yes, the Cypress, I believe. You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him. Aww.
It's doable.
They would absolutely be able to host your reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we go with one of the other things, I just thought it was an idea. I agree it was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt that they'd do an excellent job if you chose them, but it's really what feels comfortable for you. Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on his knuckles. Of his left hand, he was still holding his pen and his phone, ready to leap into action.
What do you think?
What's holding the most interest for you right now? We can talk it over. I love how I want to know what, like, my options are for picking a completely different one. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pick the aquarium. We already know that. It's not a question. I want to see where this leads me real fast. I can always just rewind. Oh, it just keeps us from having to talk about it. Oh, no, I want to see what they say. I take it back. Cool. Cool. Makes sense. Makes sense. Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment that was very nearly all it took, as he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. Eee, it's so pretty. He showed his screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bopped his shoulders from side to side with his attention locked on the screen. You wondered if he was even aware if he was doing it. It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell that he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. I feel like that's going to work. What do you think? Yeah, it's not too much of a question. Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for a reception? His voice... Oh. Is it supposed to be... Oh. At the end, as though he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right, it would match us for sure. You had been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already begun picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed that he felt the same, the tension drained out of you as swiftly as it had come. Your energy was mounting with the venues picked. Your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to sharp clarity. The excitement radiated off of you onto Cove. He pulled himself closer to you on the sofa, your legs brushing against each other. Not in front of Baxter. Sensing that his audience was being distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. Ceremony at Poppy Hill and the reception at the aquarium after, Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. Your eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between his fingers and thumb, and then he smiled.
Perfect.
Sounds like a wedding, I'll make it happen. He's so good. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You got your wedding locations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple and yet so monumental that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. You looked back at Cove thrilled. You seized Cove's hand. You put a hand in Cove's shoulder. Will be appropriate while we're in the wedding planner's office. You read the emotions in Cove's expression that were playing out inside you too, the joy of being a step closer to planning the event and the anticipation for the day itself. Cove beamed back. You're getting married. We're really gonna have a wedding. This is gonna be great. I'm so happy. Thank you. You blurted out the words without thinking, overcome with emotion. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, oh my god, can we not flirt in front of the wedding planner, please? You knew that all that he could think about was the day and that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. He would now need to reach out to the location managers and make arrangements, so you came to a mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of matters right away. Goodbyes followed, then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. It was a great way to end that day's work. Alright, so we are just going to cycle through the rest of our meetings with Baxter, it seems. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations the previous day. After having settled down as the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back to their initial appointed levels. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave space open for Cove to get lost in. Your planner went right to the point. What shall we be doing today? Alright, we are going to cycle through all of them. Alright, we're just going to do them in order. Because this makes sense. You got to plan these in advance. Everything else can be done later. More or less. Cove's bright enthusiasm was no surprise to you. Food always excited him. Me too, baby! Baxter placed his hands on the arm of the chair, slightly tapped it with his fingers. That should be a nice time. I'll make sure you find the proper service to meet your needs. But don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any of the details for the menu. Thanks. Breakfast! Breakfast wedding! It doesn't make sense to hold a breakfast wedding in an aquarium, but fuck it! I do what I want. After that, the rest of the session circled around finding the specific catering company, and eventually you all agreed on one in particular. They were able to make an arrangement with you right away. One phone call, and you had scheduled the time to go over details in person. That included a meeting with the chef, too. And, as an added bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. It was a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Nice. So are we gonna go through that? We're gonna, go visit them and pick out food, maybe? Till then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help. Oh yeah, so we are just flying by these. Cool. My pleasure, of course. I await your next visit. We'll be back soon. As they watched you at the door, once you were outside the offices, you noticed a little pep in Cove's step. You were both in good spirits, chirping away with the wedding planning. Had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with your caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. Yay! Speed running, getting married. You were led inside the building, past the seating room, and directly into the commercial kitchen. It was sleek silver and so clean that it sparkled. That observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at the sink, large enough to be an arm's length deep. She looked over her shoulder and grinned broadly. Rhonda. Hold on, I'll be right there. She finished washing up and swiftly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron, when she reached you and Cove and gave a little bow. I'm head chef and your caterer. I hear that you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. I'm already getting hungry. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full course meal with a menu tailored to your tastes and requirements. We'll also include all the plating, silverware, and glasses, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's oh yeah, she don't have time to fuck around. She gotta get working. Love it. She's like, I don't have time to be dealing with you people. Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the crew. My name's Little, I'm the bride. I love it. You can call me Rhonda. Hi, Rhonda. Nice to meet you. Marvelous. I love her. She doesn't even have a model, and I love her. You're making me crave breakfast food, Little. Good. Suffer with me. Like, I'm tense. I have pancake mix. I'm like 2 minutes away from making pancakes tonight. For no reason. Just because I want them. Now I have a little pamphlet that I'm gonna go grab. I want those waffles. I do want waffles more than I want pancakes, but I'll accept either. It's fine. I don't know why I've been craving like waffles recently. Waffles specifically. You can read it, leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster. It's okay. I'm gonna explain everything myself anyways. Think of it as an extra guide. I love her. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up 2 information sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arm out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned his around in his hand, expecting it carefully. You studied the one in your hands too. Oh, it's so cute! Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get into the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk. You can choose to have a single menu that's consistent across the board, easy peasy, or you can do up to 2 full separate types of menus based on different dietary needs. Oh, we have to do that one because Liz is vegetarian. I think Liz is vegetarian, and I think Lee might be something too, but I don't remember. Guests could choose between them, and we'll prepare as much of both as needed. And it particularly goes without saying, but we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if any comes up. For example, a situation where just 1 or 2 people need some specific elements left out, we can work with that without needing to make another full set. Oh! Okay. So what kind of menu did you 2 have in mind? Breakfast. A breakfast menu. Please, if it actually lets me pick that, I'll cry. One with no special requirements, a vegetarian, lacto-vegan, full-time pescatarian, vegan, halal, kosher, left of the Cove, one with full scale, no special requirements. I want to know what this is. This sounds like something. I'm so curious. I keep looking this stuff up. I've never heard that one before. Mediterranean, it looks like. Mediterranean food. Oh no, that sounds really good. No special requirements, it's fine. There wasn't anything particular you felt that you needed to restrict or make specific arrangements for. Your group of friends or family could work with whatever. As long as there's a vegetarian option, which I think she said she could accommodate. And that's the only menu style needed. And we'd like a second one that was Uh... Do we want a full vegetarian course for people? Fuck it. Check to see if he had opinions on the menu. How's that sound? I'm thinking we have a good plan going. Great. That's the biggie already done. Let's keep the ball rolling. Yes, please. At the minimum, there's gonna be a main entree in our service, so that's one course automatically. And if you're having cake or another dessert, that'll technically be another course for your guests. Although that doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer here, I can go up to 6 courses. The dinner and as many as 5 additional portions. Sweet Lord. He's so happy. He's like, food. God, if it didn't cost like a fucking arm and a leg, that'd be great. I'd be like, load me up. So we're looking at salad, soup, a hot appetizer, a cold appetizer, and or a platter cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be? I think we only need a 1-course meal. What about you? I feel like a 2-course meal is enough. How about you? 3-course meal should be plenty. You think so too? Having a 4-course meal would be fantastic. I'd like to have a 5-course meal. How do you feel? Let's do 6-course meal. Why not, right? Fuck it! Why not? Just let me pretend like I have money for this shit. Cove laughed abruptly and then he stared at you in awe for a moment. Do you seriously mean that a 6-course meal plus dessert we're getting? Let's go all in. Also, you say that like you're not gonna eat it all, mister. 6-course meal of just breakfast food? Bitch, you bet your ass! Actually, my plan was that it wasn't gonna be courses. It'd be probably maybe more buffet-ish, but that's kind of iffy because you can't control the portions with people. So that's kind of harder to maintain. But basically, the main course The main course meal was gonna be like waffles or pancakes or like some other major breakfast item, like maybe omelet or something. And then like maybe, I don't know if they would come with the sides, or maybe the sides would be the part that's like buffet-ish. So like the main course item is regulated, but then like the little sausages that you might want, or the bacons, or the fruit chunks, and you could get all of those and put that on your breakfast plate. This is the plan for our wedding that I'm never gonna fucking have, by the way. I have like $20 to my name. I'm just like never gonna have it. So I get to dream. Well, okay, the whole thing it is then. The last thing I'm gonna be is upset over more food. Yeah, he's gonna eat it all. You love food. You eat all of the food. In that case, there's no need to select which types of extra courses you're having, because you'll be getting each one. I believe in your dream, little. I'm taking donations, like $1,000 a piece to pay for my dream breakfast wedding. I have no idea how much that kind of thing would fucking cost. Too fucking much. I mean, the other plan was just to make my aunts do it. Get my aunts to cater the whole fucking thing and just have them make breakfast. My poor aunts. I would kill them. They'd hate me forever. The corners of Cove's mouth bent into an amused grin as he lightly reached over to squeeze your hand. You could tell that he was getting more excited about the plan by the second. You shared that feeling wholeheartedly. Seriously, why bother picking between things when you can enjoy them all? Perfection. Oh, and how much heat are you expecting for the dishes? We can keep it all very mild, or we can easily push the spice levels. Fuck yes! Spicy, spicy, spicy. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Mild is the base, please. Generally medium. Make it all spicy. The food should be burning hot. Spicy for the main entry and less spicy for the extra. Less spicy for the main entries and hotter for the extras. You look over at Cove waiting for an answer. I like spicy food, but not everybody else likes spicy food, so I don't want to make them eat spicy food. We'll go with this so people can I want it all to be spicy. I don't know if I would actually want a lot of spicy food at a wedding, so if I'm in like a wedding dress, I don't want to be like sweating because the food is so spicy, but it would taste amazing. We'll go with this one. A little bit of spice. Crossed his arms, thinking about your suggestion, until a small crack of a smile could be seen. That works for me. I don't think most of our guests will be surprised you had to go with some spicy food for the wedding. We can definitely... I could have gone spicier. I was being nice. I was being considerate. Your lips pulled into a happy smile. Not that you were surprised, but still, you were grateful to have Cove's full support here. And the chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you had discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about drinks? Are we just water please party, a coffee and tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water, even if you have other options, so don't worry about it. Oh, I'd like there to be, coffee, tea, juice, and fuck the alcohol. I think we covered it. There's nothing else I want to add. That's the downside about my wedding. It's non-alcoholic. Well, it's not, I'm not paying for your alcohol. Absolutely not. Everybody's like, but open bar. And I'm like, no. Fuck you. If you want alcohol, pay for it yourself. You get everything else. We'll make it happen, so that's the menu type. Meal scale, spice level, and beverage basics. Pleased, Rhonda rolled her sleeves up. Her gaze fell on you and Cove with a new determined grin. Let's go deeper. Cove smiled nervously at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. You had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still about food. You and me both, baby. The conversation continued from there. It dug into specifics such as the main protein and side ingredients, the style of cuisine and foods will be based on, and so on and so on. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually a finalized selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. Oh, do I not get to pick the items? I just get to pick if they're spicy or not and stuff? That's fine. It's okay. A little sad. I guess the options were too many. What do you want your main entree to be? Waffles. What? You heard me. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food, but most of all, you were so grateful to have set menu plans for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for rest, but just hang on and stay with me a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, there's something else? Yes, it's called presentation. Oh. I don't know anything about that. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing a plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? I have no idea. The stuff just needs to be on the plate. I'd like it if some care was put into the arrangement. Taking extra steps to make an excellent presentation would be appreciated. You simply shrugged. I want whatever Cove wants. Let's see what he cares about. I don't think I give a shit, as long as it's on the plate. Cove held your eye a moment, he warmed under your affectionate gaze. Well, I just think it should look nice, kind of special, because it's a special day, but it doesn't have to be crazy fancy. That's fair. He rubbed at his arms nervously, his lips pulled into a hopeful smile, and you understood where he was coming from. That works for us. So, as I started to talk about way back when, we'll provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but there can be completely plain or have little swirly details around the edges. What do you think of that? Before you and Cove could even consider giving an answer, she held both her hands up to stop that and stole a glance over her shoulder. Wait, give me a sec. I'll grab some stacks you should see before choosing anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. You can pick the plates. Alright, I hand it. An abrupt clattering came from the direction she disappeared down, and a moment later, your caterer had reappeared. She kept her word and had piles of plates balanced in each of her hands. She doesn't need piles, I just need like one of each, don't I? She stepped up to clear counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerily, almost musically, while laying out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them. Oh, I guess she brought like the whole set. Perhaps so you knew for sure what it would look like together. Alright, here's the white. Okay. The two of you look silently at the collection of completely plain white dinner plates. And this is the swirl. As promised, the white plate she put down had some swirls on them. That was as much as could be noted on that. Now, what are you thinking? I think just plain white is good. I like the swirly one. You gave Cove pleading eyes, wanting him to answer instead. Either is fine. Honestly, I couldn't care less. They're both white plates. I feel like that's a little bit rude to phrase it that way. She's giving us nice, sweet options. The plain whites are fine. Got it. Thanks for humoring me. And because you're getting both the hot and cold appetizer courses, there's an extra piece to this puzzle. Oh. Now, what we could do is just bring them both out ahead of the meal and place them in front of each guest in their seat. But that's not your only option. We could have all the appetizers set out on a single table from the very start of the reception so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or we could even have servers walk around the room with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout the party as they mingle. Oh, that's extra. No. It makes sense to me to serve them at the table before the entree. I would enjoy having servers walk around the party. I do not. That is not fun. Like, it's kind of fun to look fancy in that way, but then you have to avoid them and they're always carrying food and I feel so bad for them. I think it'd be best to leave them out on a single table. Didn't have anything to say on the matter. I think this makes no sense to me because then people can kind of snack. And that way everyone can go to at their own pace. It makes sense to me. Righto, that's what we'll do, thank you. Because that was my plan well, that was kind of my plan for the breakfast wedding. Because you were going to have coffee. So the coffee and tea and stuff like that just comes when you sit at your table. It's already there in nice little pitchers, so it's nice and warm and stuff. And it comes with creamer and sugar and all that jazz. So that's all already there. But I was going to have it come with either like biscotti cookies type things or like donuts. And so at your table you have snacky foods that you can snack on before the actual like breakfast shows up. When I win the lottery, I'm just gonna have a wedding to do this and just like not actually get married. We can do the actual get married part whenever. I just want the wedding part because it'll be fun. I just want to throw a big breakfast party is what I want. And now you can breathe. We're done. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notepad and put it aside. Okay, cool. I'm glad we have that worked out. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. Looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 6-course double menu spicy meal that your guests will be talking about for years to come, I promise. If you say so, I trust you, crazy chef lady. Neat. One last quick question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here? Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cove's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall and take a left to another hall and then right, and then you'll find the exit. It was so nice meeting you two. Thanks again. After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with vigor in your strides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged in exactly the way that you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely saying something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. Cove is me in any public setting. Yes, same. He's great. We love him. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. He glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening.
Hello, folks.
Welcome back. What's on the menu? Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnestness. A lot of things. Delish. That's just the answer. Sure, I guess. What shall we be doing today? Let's design a cake now, Cove. Yeah, go down the list, I guess. Sure. Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he'd registered your choice. Beside you, Cove's excitement had bubbled over. He was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself.
Yeah.
Good idea, Little. I'm definitely ready to plan treats. His open enthusiasm tickled you, eliciting an adoring chuckle that slipped out across the table. Baxter joined you with a soft smile of his own. Meanwhile, Cove seemed oblivious to your amusement, and you figured he was too lost in imagining delicious cakes to notice what was happening around him. What you needed now was for someone to turn those dreams to reality. The agency had worked with suppliers of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries they had recommended for weddings. You and Cove had a few personal favorites too. Can we hire the crepe place? That'd be fun. Together, you reviewed the websites for all potential bakeries. Baxter had a wealth of handy tips of what to keep in mind when it came specifically to commissioning wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them to arrange the meeting so you could select the flavors and discuss design ideas before working out particulars. He easily secured the time that worked perfectly for both you and Cove. That brought you to the end of the meeting. The decision of which bakery to choose, the scheduling, the briefing on them, basic requirements had taken up all the remaining time, blah 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 blah. The three of you rose from your seats. It's been great to see you. Yeah, I can't believe next time we see you, we'll have our wedding cake picked out. Everything goes to plan, of course. I'm sure we'll have a great time together. Alright. Text me if you want advice during the process. Thank you. We'll manage. I'm not sure I trust your taste. Damn. Appreciate that. Oh, I'm pretty sure Cove's going to be on top of this. Thank you. It's reassuring to know that Baxter would be able to guide you if you got stuck, though you doubted that would happen. He waved goodbye as you and Cove left the office for the day. The light tinkling of a bell over the door announced your arrival as Cove stepped inside, where you were immediately welcomed by the pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses even before you'd taken a single bite. Decked out in a pretty shade of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cove closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. There was a soft air of cakes and pastries baking in the oven, tinged with warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. The display case was full of daily selection of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. The selection ranged from intricate specialty cakes to more rustic, homey brownies and cupcakes. Usually those kind of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You were entirely focused on the even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. You could tell Cove shared your feelings. He waited beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell his anticipation by the way he kept a close watch on the kitchen door as you waited for an employee to come greet you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he'd visited a bakery, where he'd have rushed over to the display case and immediately began picking out cakes to take home. I love him. He's a sweetie. Little puppy dog. As he shifted from one foot to the other, you knew that he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. Luckily, his self-control wasn't tested for long. Soon the door to the kitchen swung open and a friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began heading over. As they approached, you saw that the name on the tag was Xavier. Nice. With a little purple button pinned in one strap of their apron with the words they them printed on the black letters. Okay. Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a welcome so warm you could have worn it. You could have sworn it had come fresh from the oven. Haha. Hello, thanks for coming by Zake. It's the X in their name over bake? Is that what the name is? That why? Is there anything I can get for you? Hi, Cove paused, pointing first at himself and then at you as he spoke. We're Cove and Little, we have an appointment here. His voice, which had started out measured and even, became hushed as the thrill of what you were here to do started to get to Cove. Or cake. Same difference. The point is that it's X over... It's silly. It's silly, and it doesn't sound like the name of a bakery. When he resumed speaking, it broke further still, devolving into rushed whispers that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's to plan our wedding cake. We're getting married. He's so excited. What he said... We're so glad to be here. Thank you for making time for us. Cove would sulk for days if we skipped out on this part. Xavier's eyes lit up at the introduction. Of course, welcome Little and Cove, our bride and groom. Cove preened over so slightly at those last words, his chin jutting out with confidence. He's so happy. I adore him. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here. We're so happy to be working with you for such an important event. Yay! We can take some seats right there in front so we can start talking options. They gestured to a nearby table. You and Cove obliged, taking your seats as they sat down. Your stomach somersaulted. I love that Cove is obsessed with food. Yeah. Cove is like, I don't know, my spirit animal. You were really here to pick out a wedding cake, the cake that would be served at your wedding. You spent two sentences to say the exact same thing. Shh, okay. It hadn't quite sunk in before, but being invited to begin had made it feel more official. But knowing that you weren't alone and feeling that way comforted you, and you grinned at the love of your life, Cove beamed back at you. The baker had taken a detour over to the back shelf, where they picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. I went over the info our baking assistants took when the appointment was arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's get to it. Starting with Size of the cake. How big do you want to go? We can go as big as 5 tiers. Holy hell. I don't need 5 tiers. 2 or 3 maybe? Yeah, I'm with Cove. 2 or 3. Cove tilted his head to the side as he looked at you for input. I love how you can be like, go all in all of the time. We'll go with 2. Go big or go home. I don't want a 5-layer cake. I really don't. Just, even though it's a game, I can pick whatever I want. It doesn't fucking matter. Really. But, just thinking about it, how fucking big and annoying that cake must be. Oh my god, it annoys me. Seeing as you reached a conclusion, Xavier noted it down in the binder. I would rather it be, like, large width-wise rather than high, because the higher you build a cake, the more it has to be, like, considered to fight against gravity, so it has to have, like, supports and extra crap in it. And I'm like, I don't really want to waste all that time, just make it, like, a nice little square cake or something and make it pretty. Seeing as you'd reached a conclusion, Xavier did it on the binder. 2-tier cake it is. They glanced up from the binder, smiling. That will make things really easy to present well. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of direction you'd want us to aim for in overall style? Bitch, I don't know anything actually. I have no plans for cakes. I hope Cove has plans. I might just make him pick all the cake stuff, actually, because I don't have any particular feeling. Cove pursed his lips, stumped by the question. Artistic vision had never been his strong suit. Me neither, bitch. Same. Though you'd reviewed the ideas for decorations and color schemes together, asking Cove to distill those visions and themes into words was doomed to failure. You took it from there. No, I wanted to make him do it. And said, traditional, modern, elegant, unusual, trendy, rustic, floral, beachy, simplistic. I don't know what any of that implies. Like, beachy to me just implies that it might have seashell decorations on it. Like, that's this floral, there's flowers on it. I don't know what rustic cake is. Or I guess traditional would just be like a white cake. None of this means anything to me. Having seen their work online, you were confident in allowing them to play with their strengths and give them creative freedom as the right choice. Cove sighed, relieved, and expressed his approval. How can a cake be rustic? I'm about to look up rustic cakes to know what that means. Rustic. Maybe, I'm not sure. Rustic cake. Oh, so it looks kind of like a lot of them have like foresty and woodsy themes type stuff, I guess. I mean, it's kind of nice. It's definitely not what I would go for, but it looks cool.
Right.
Like, they had pine cone decorations and stuff. I mean, I'd still eat it. I just mean I probably wouldn't pick it unless it was part of the theme, right? Like, if we were to go hiking, to be fair, even then, I don't know if I'd pick it if we go hiking. I'd pick, like, a different color set. But, like, if that would be a fucking great wedding. As long as all of it's edible, yeah. You make the whole wedding party hike up a mountain, and then you eat cake at the top. That'd be great. We can work with that for sure. Any color ranges in mind. Again, Cove fell silent, like a kid hoping not to be called on in the classroom. Even though it was just the three of you and he had no choice of hiding, you could swear he was shrinking lower into his seat as if hoping to go unnoticed. As entertaining as that was, you decided to spare Cove before he slipped under the table. He spoke up and said, "Rainbow! Mostly white with color pops, bright tones, dark shades, ooh. Goth. Pastel, earth shades, muted tones. Fuck me, dude. I don't fucking know. Mostly white with color pops, I guess. Muted tones, earthy shades. Fuck it. Goth. Goth cake. Got it. And what's one color you really want to keep at the top of my mind? Purple. Nice, nice. I'm getting you. I see. Looked from the binder. Right, so we're going for a 2-tier purple cake that's free for all. You could picture the cake clearly now. It was just what you wanted. I mean, we can picture the cake, but we actually have no idea what we're doing because we gave them creative freedom, which I approve of. Yeah, that's right. Cove, who was staring at you like you'd saved him from a life or death situation, rather than answering a couple of simple questions, in a pleasant bakery, gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. This cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. What, a wedding topper or something? What's the fun part? Eating the cake is the fun part. Well, sometimes, depending on how they decorate it, it can be really cool to see how fucking intricate and pretty it is, too. But then you eat it, and you're like, it's so good. Oh, do we get to pick flavors? Is that actually the fun part? I don't know. I can just continue, and they'll tell me. They got up and made their way into the kitchen. The fun part. Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. He peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind the closed doors. Craning his neck didn't grant Cove X-ray vision, but that was just fine as you weren't kept in suspense for long. Xavier quickly returned with a large, covered serving tray. Cove gasped, his fingers curling with anticipation. Careful, coming through. They lowered the heavy platter onto the table, with the clattering against the hard surface as it settled. Is this picking flavors we get to test? We get to test the flavors? Xavier lifted the cover and revealed several plates of little cake slices with mounds of different frosting and filling flavors. Yes! The beautiful array of colors and breadth of the selection made for a wonderfully presented array of treats. Cove gaped, wowed by the revelation. We get to try samples! Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given just how much enthusiasm Cove had, you bet there weren't many previous grooms who responded could compare. You do. They pointed at the tray and began talking you through the selection, starting with the neat little slices of cake. So we got a few cake flavors for you today: vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. They moved over the frosting and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple, and mocha buttercream. Over here we've got chocolatey and fruity fillings, though the inside can simply contain more frosting if you'd prefer. Having talked you through the samples, they straightened up. These are some of our most popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options on the order forms. As they talked, they took out 2 copies of the order sheets and presented you with each one. All of the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out before you. That's everything. You're welcome to eat whatever parts look appealing, or you can have everything on the platter if you've got the stomach for it. Fuck yeah, we're testing a little bit of everything. Are you shitting me? I gotta make sure I'm getting the perfect thing. Perfect. Cove's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Knowing Cove, you suspected that he intended to take Xavier up on the offer to sample everything. He picked up the fork provided and began systematically working through the platter. He took scoops of the cake, frosting, and filling options in turn, moving from left to right, from top to bottom. He's gonna inhale that whole table. You chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Save some for me! Though Cove was evidently intent on eating a bit of everything, you noted that he was careful to leave at least half of each sample in case you wanted to try it too. You started trying everything as well. You only wanted to try the ones that looked most appealing. You only wanted to do one small tasting. We try a little bit of everything. It all looked delicious. Picked up a fork, you joined Cove in sampling the cake's frosting and filling on offer. You murmured your delight to each other as you discovered new combinations and enjoyed the sheer variety laid out before you. Cove's eyes shone as he looked at you, glad to be sharing the experience. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot that you weren't alone with Cove, but this too was by design. The baker stood by approvingly, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. You held up your fork to feed a piece to Cove. You gestured to Cove that you wanted to eat a sample from his fork. You cozied up to him. You seized the last bite of cake before Cove could get it. You relaxed into the moment, enjoying the experience. Let him have it. It's fine. Also, I'm not gonna feed him in front of the baker. The baker's cool with it, but it was a little... I'm embarrassed. Cove shimmied happily in his seat. The different varieties had gone down very well with him. They're all so good. Could we get a tier of every flavor? Oh, so now you want a bunch of tiers. I see. Xavier laughed. Unfortunately, we can't. At least, not in a single cake, and I'm guessing you don't want several different cakes for your wedding. Yeah, we should just go with the one. I have no idea how we're gonna choose with so many great choices. We're definitely ready to get our own cake after having samples. It's okay, Cove. We can always get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. Aw, you shook your head at Cove's antics. It'd be nice to taste the experience over again, year after year, especially if you could continue to get cakes from the same bakery that had provided your wedding cake. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was a perfect hit. Aw, he's so cute. Now that you and Cove were experts in the bakery's cakes, it was time to figure out the details. We can do the cake all in one flavor, top to bottom, or I'll let you choose 2 sets of different flavors. What works for you? I think one flavor for the entire cake makes the most sense. I mean, different flavors, it's yourself. One is fine. Cove lifted himself up off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forwards and towards the tray, shifted to position on the side chair facing you. So what's your thoughts? You don't need to stick to it forever, but were you thinking something kind of plain, chocolatey, fruity, or what? He picked up the copy of the form to review the options again. After studying it carefully, you said, simple and vanilla, chocolatey, fruity, something that people probably haven't had before but is still good. What does this mean? Okay. He rested his chin on his hand as he stared thoughtfully into the distance, a smile drifting across his face as he pictured the possibilities for your cake. Maybe a citrus cake with a coconut buttercream and then a white chocolate mousse on the inside? Okay. He's got it. It's really nice. Can we tweak a part of it? That's an option. Can I tell you my idea? No, that sounds fine to me. Does he... Hold on. Does he give me... Hold on. We're gonna... I know. We're spending so much time. Does he give me different options if I pick different one? Let's say chocolatey. He rests his chin and said picture. What about something like a marbled cake with milk chocolate ganache and the inside is peanut butter buttercream? Oh no, this is gonna be a purple cake, so I feel like it should make sense. Hold on, I want to hear what the other ones are. I think I can make my own too. A lemon cake with strawberry buttercream mixed with berry preservatives on the inside. See, that doesn't do it for me just because I actually don't like berry cakes. Like fruity cakes, I'm not too into them. Okay. I don't know. Do we think chocolatey? Or do we think... something else? Well, if I say this, will he just go nuts? It's tricky when there's so many ways to do it. Maybe a white cake with white buttercream, but inside of more butter... Wait. But instead of more buttercream on the inside, it's vanilla custard. That's a very white cake. And the outside's gonna be like black and purple. I don't know. They all sound so good. No. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think that... What happens if I tweak a part of it? What can I tweak? What can I add? Different cake flavor, different filling, different... Amazed that his idea had been a starting point for a collaboration with you. I'd love to add your own thing. Frosting, you'd like the idea of... Cream cheese! Oh, peanut butter, matcha, lemon, orange, ube! Strawberry, hazelnut, almond, coconut, maple. I don't know, man. None of it, really. Ube. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I would want a wedding cake for that. It is purple. That's true. Sure. Cove, who'd been nodding along with your suggestions, recap the idea. So you're thinking of a white vanilla cake with ube frosting and vanilla flavored custard on the inside. That's gonna be sweet as fuck. That's right.
Sounds good.
Sounds really good to me. When your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set, you were sure it was going to be a hit at the wedding. The inside of the cake is great. All that's left now is the cover. How should we wrap your baby up? Do we like fondant or maybe gonna... Ew, fondant, gross. Go shrugged. You said... Just buttercream. Buttercream covered in fondant. Buttercream covered in... Ganache is good, though. I do just like plain buttercream, though. Plain buttercream is usually a pretty good win for me. Fondant sucks. I think the only person who's ever, like, made of... it's very rare for me to come across a fondant that I enjoy. And that I think, like, mixes with the cake well. Because it always feels like just a layer of either chalk or sugar. Just pure sugar on top of the cake, and you just, like, rip that bitch off. And it's just not at all good. The ganache would be good, though, too. I'm so conflicted. Sure. Got it. Almost done. They scribbled that down on the binder. Finally, what elements would you like me to include in the design and presentation of the cake? Bride and groom cake toppers. I couldn't give a shit about that. Royal icing pipes, meringue details, edible pearls, sugar-made decorations, chocolate-made decorations, edible paint, fresh flour. Ew. Get that off of my cake. Ribbons around the tiers. Don't think it needs anything extra. This is such a fucking mess of a cake. I don't know what I'm doing. Nice and straightforward. I like it. Awesome. We've got ourselves a cake plan. I hope to God they show me a model of the cake in this thing I've created. I hope I get to see it. Like a picture. God, they would have had to, if they do that, they would have had to have made so many different combinations, sort of. The baker's words made it official. You'd picked your wedding cake. You couldn't help being especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was such a focal part of the party. It'd be featured in photographs and shared among your family and friends. The joy of the day distilled into the beautiful confection. Just thinking about it left you breathless. You glanced at Cove at the corner of your eye, wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were. He was leaning forward in his seat, a rapt expression on his face. As Xavier continued speaking, you pulled yourself back into the present. I'll take all the info you've given us today and use it to think up the finished design. I'll keep you in the loop on how things are going. Though, before you go, are you wanting any other desserts on the side? Ooh, stop tempting me! Stop! Maybe cupcakes or cookies, or we could do something else if there's anything specific you had in mind. We could have cupcakes, we could have cookies, could you do ice cream? Are cinnamon rolls cinnamon roll. Make fudge! Would crepes be an option? Wedding pretzels! No, the cake is fine. No, the cake is fine. The cake is fine. It physically hurts me. It physically hurts me. What, can we do ice cream? Ice cream and cake is good. The cake is fine. Nope, the cake is... I'm so conflicted. It's not even a real wedding. This is why I could never plan anything. I would just want everything. And then they'd be like, that's $5,000, thank you. And then I would just cry. Yeah, cake and ice cream. Perfect combination. Oh, he likes that a lot. Perfect. Can't go wrong with ice cream. We don't make ice cream in-house, but we do have connections with a business that could provide that for us. That's fine with me. It's such a good thing that we're fucking loaded, apparently. Or we took out a lot of loans. But no, I think we're fucking loaded. You nodded, pleased with the idea you could put into practice. Ice cream it is. And the three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. Xavier skillfully guided you through all the presence, flavor, texture, quality you needed. Eventually, it was all set up. Really, I want frozen custard. Can you bring me some Ritas? Xavier reviewed the notes on the binder. So you're getting 2-tier cake with a free-for-all kind of feel. That's vanilla. And you're also getting ice cream along with it. Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again, and you and Cove standing over it and ready to take the first cut. The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, completing the picture perfectly. Yeah, those are our desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again, his hands clasped against the edge of his table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. This is gonna be so good. Xavier grinned, pleased to see the two of you so happy. Thanks again for coming with us to our wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for your big day and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at them. Once the final arrangement had been confirmed, you left the bakery feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be just wonderful. Cove, naturally, shared your optimism completely. As per usual, you recommended for another day. A few lighthearted awards to get you back. Watch the two of you amusingly. Cove's mood was still shining back to Kratel.
So,
I take it the cake designing went well? Like a child who was excited to show their latest work of crayon art to their teacher, Cove shared the news with pure happiness. It's gonna be delicious. I'm so pleased to hear that. What shall we do today? Alright, before we start the next one, because, like I said, we're going all in. And I guarantee this is probably gonna be like at least another 2 hours. IRL? No, not IRL. I do like that the clickbait worked, though. Not IRL. I am gonna take a minute to go get water. Be right back. The bait. Yeah, Kev got baited. Got baited. Had your suit ready. You're more ready than I am. I don't have shit. I have a shitty t-shirt. Wish I could watch the rest, but I gotta sleep. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, this one's gonna be long. Especially since I'm having fun picking everything, it's making it longer. I don't know, I'm wondering like how much longer it's really gonna be. Like maybe I should cut my losses here? I don't know. I'll finish out. Fuck it. Let's go. It's alright. I want to settle on our clothes for the day. But good night, Cosmic. He clapped his hands together at the thought. A tattoo, though. Yeah, it looks good on him.
wow.
I can imagine you'll both look incredible. So, I recall that the two of you were intending to keep the outfits nice and secret for the special day. Does that mean you're each shopping alone, or were you thinking about extending the invitation to someone else? I'll try. I want my dad to come. Shocker. Sounds like something the best man should do, right? I mean, I know my mom would want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so, you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'd be nice for Mom to see it on our actual wedding day, though.
Of course.
Of course. You felt for Cove. Familiar with the issue yourself, you could think of a few geographically unavailable... No! Liz isn't available to come with me! She's who I wanted! Damn! Who would have been nice to bring with you as well. So what's the story on this? It's a dating sim where... So, Cove, the boy with the green hair, the story is about how you and him met as children, and basically you play through different steps of your lives together, and you decide whether or not it turns romantic, or if you're friends or whatever. And you make basically all these decisions about your life until adulthood. This is technically what we're doing right now is an added-on DLC. So we finished out the main story basically, and this is just the wedding DLC specifically. So it's all about planning the wedding and inviting everybody and then, you know, attending it. So it's kind of cute. Teleporters would make life so much easier. Maybe you could send your mom pictures. That should be a fun surprise for her. It'd be a lot more convenient. You're not either of them. You're your own character. The dude with the green hair is Cove, who is your neighbor, and in this playthrough, my best friend turned boyfriend turned fiance, about to be husband. The other guy is my friend, who is also my wedding planner. Your character doesn't have a model. Everything's from your POV. Maybe nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom. You were sure no matter what Cove wore, Kira would still be just as excited to see him on the big day. And it was great that he'd still be able to bring his dad. Tell him I said hi. For your own shopping adventure, you pictured how you wanted the experience to go when you directed your attention back to Baxter. Finally ready to answer his question. I'll be going on my own. I'll be going with my mom's. Yeah, I'll bring my mom's. I wanted to bring my sister. But then I'll bring my mom's too. I love my mom's. In the game, yeah, this is us planning the wedding, basically. Has been the past 3 hours, is just planning the wedding. You welcomed your mom's help on the shopping adventure. The trip was far less likely to end up with you scrutinizing yourself in a mirror than trying on the 13th outfit or 15 minutes trying to judge it the previous dozen options yourself. With that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect. But before you run off to that next outing, it'd be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on which store or stores you'd like to visit? There are 2 excellent local shops that should be able to set you both up with whatever you need. Is one like a tech store and one's a dress store, so you can pick either? One is primarily a dress boutique, while the other has romper and skirt and accessory selection is also divine. Okay. There's also a shop that focuses on suits, pantsuits, skirt suits. They have it. You also have all of the relevant additions that you'd be likely to. Nice. Yes. I'm gonna wear a suit, so I guess I'll need to go to the suit shop.
What do you?
And you,
It's doable.
That works. Cove nodded in agreement. Lovely. You make this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over for his notebook on the nearby desk. He clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest up to you. I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright. He waved you both off. Ko's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up, following him. Bye, see you next time, Baxter. Time passed from your meeting to your blah 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 blah. Oh, gotta fix my thing again. Temporarily said goodbye to your fiancé. Wear a turtleneck. You hugged Cove and squeezed you back in your face. Have fun. I will. I'll try. Have fun yourself. Cove nodded, bouncing on the balls of his feet. You could tell he was slightly nervous, but still looking forward to the rest of the day. Your car beeped when you unlocked it, and you climbed in the driver's seat. Cove waved you off when you left. These bitches have 2 cars? Loaded. I'm telling you, they're loaded. You swung by the neighborhood and picked up your parents along the way. Mom and Ma joked about who called shotgun first and who could spread out in the back seat. It was a pleasant drive full of light conversation. For example, you learned that there was a rumor going around Sunset Bird about finally fixing up the old park. Oh, that'd be cute. Ma doubted it was going to happen since apparently it had been going around the grapevine for a while. Mom didn't think there would be smoke without fire. But that's getting off topic. What are you hoping to find today, Little? Yeah, I'm apparently have a great fucking car. Oh, it's so pretty. You mentioned a few of your ideas and your parents listened eagerly, chatting about possible ideas for the rest of the drive. Up ahead was a very proper, fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. Holy shit, it's too nice for me. Abort. Abort. You entered the boutique and took in the view. The first thing you noticed was how warmly lit the shop was. Despite most of the merchandise being stark whites, the lights had a soft glow. Jesus Christ. It was fanciful, like a fairy tale place where dreams would come true. The dresses had room to breathe, which displayed like it was a treasure. God. Here, there was a faint scent. You thought it was something floral, but you also thought that something smelled like vanilla as well. Whatever it was pretty and not overwhelming. Yeah, that's the point. I like the one on the right. It's kind of cute. None of these are particularly standing out to me, but I don't like big frou-frou dresses at all. I barely even enjoy dresses. Fancy. Ma's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the place. That's right, Ma. Yes, this should do well. Mom chuckled as she walked further into the shop. Well, if Lonnie says it's acceptable, then we're in good shape. A woman with an official seeming binder stepped across the floor, her high heels not clacking once. She made eye contact with you and smiled. Ooh. Hello, is Little here? Oh god, she knows me. Thank you for coming and congratulations. My name is Gabrielle, and I'll be your stylist today. Okay. We'll do everything we can to find your dream look for the day. Turning Briny gesture for you to follow her, led over to sitting area. One sec, before you settle in, let me get a few measurements. No. You obliged. Gabriella took the measuring tape from her pocket and wrapped it around you. You could tell that she had a lot of practice with how efficient she was. Oh, don't do this to me, please. I know damn well I'm gonna cry when I see her in a wedding dress. Oh no. Don't do that. Hold on, my game's crashing. Too many wedding dresses. The game said no. I felt obliged. Took measuring tape from... Okay. Thank you so much. Now feel free to sit. We can get this going. You sat in the middle of the seats. It seemed appropriate, and with how the spots were arranged, as you'd be able to get up and out easily, that'd be helpful considering why you were there. Your mom filled into a couple open seats. Ma still seemed to be inspecting her surroundings while Mom beamed at you. Gabrielle flipped open her binder and taped the laminated pages with her manicured nails. It's a sign from the gods. Sign from the gods. Abort the wedding. The game crashed. The game said no, it was a bad idea. Get an idea of your vision. I have a few questions for you. This will guide the selection process. I find it makes things a little more manageable if I bring you options based on your preferences instead of you going over every single piece we've got. We wouldn't want to overwhelm you. Ma smirked but made no comment. She had supervised a boutique since you were a child, and likely knew more than most of the employees. She had supervised a boutique since you were a child and likely knew more than most of the employees here. However, you appreciated that she was being respectful of their process. Oh, Ma knows what's up. I know it's a lot to think about all at once, but just take it one question at a time and remember that we can always go in another direction later if you want. Sounds good. The stylist handed the questionnaire over to you and you skimmed over the questions. It got more detailed as it went, but the start was fairly simple. The type of clothing you wanted brought out was... dress, a romper, shirt and skirt. What the fuck is a romper? I feel like I know what that is, but I can't visualize it. There's been a lot of Google in this stream, you guys, because I'm trying to remember what this shit is. It's just a type of dress. Oh. I see. Okay. No, I see. Okay. I do know. Fuck it. We'll go full dress. It's fine. That was traditional shade in a non-traditional shade. Yeah. Specifically. Can I do like a light purple? Actually. With everything else being purple. Google how to wedding. With what kind of garment you wanted and the desired color filled out, the questionnaire transitioned into more style-based questions. I don't know anything about style. Oh, god damn it. Why does it keep doing this to me? Modern traditional. What does that mean? Hold on. I gotta look up what a modern wedding dress looks like. Some modern traditional fusion. What the fuck? Get out of here, Google Docs. I'm curious how the silver one looks. I don't know if we'll see all of this. We're picking all of it, but I don't know if they made models for all of this stuff. Because they would have had to have drawn versions of it for literally every combination you could pick for this. So, I don't know if we're ever actually going to see what it looks like, or if we're just going to, like, pick things and then it's kind of left up to my imagination to know what it looks like. Hold on, what's a modern wedding dress versus a traditional wedding dress? Traditional... Nope, never mind. Fucking Google. Versus tradition. What do these mean? What does this mean? Is there just a quick image reference guide? Modern, I guess. I don't fucking know. Shiny cloth, matte cloth, textured cloth. Shiny. Well-fitting, flowy, frilly. Fitted at the top and then flowing out. Fitted at the top and then puffing out. This one? Beaded laced, no detailing. No detailing. Short sleeve, long sleeve, short sleeved. Quarter, sleeveless. Homegirl over here searching up wedding dress soon. If you're getting ads on what? Oh god, no. Please no. 4 length, ankle length, knee length. Ankle length so I can dance, I guess, but fuck it, all in. Lace. I hate lace. I despise lace. Can't stand it. Finally, you handed the binder back to the stylist. She ran her gaze up and down the page. God damn it. I'm on it. I'll go get you something. Gabriella turned on her heels and headed to the back of the store. Out of sight. Lorelei. The distinct sound of the stylist's heels deliberately not clacking on the floor alerted you that she was coming back. She carried a dress that seemed right out of what you pictured from the questionnaire. Does it? I have no idea what I pictured. I didn't picture shit. I picked at random, basically. It was the right color, right fabric, in the style you indicated. Sure. Seeing all the elements put together in a single piece, the dress had a dramatic feel to it.
That's fantastic.
I think that's very much you. It's so lovely.
True.
Absolutely, Lonnie, that'd be a look that's all your own. What do you think? Oh my god, if it keeps doing this, I'm gonna have a fit. That's it. It's good, but I can change part of what I'm looking for. I can go through everything again. I'm not gonna pick anything different. That's great. Your stylist lit up at your approval. She held the dress closer to you. Then you should put it on. The stylist walked you to the changing room, a generously sized space with a full mirror closed off with a heavy curtain. She hung the dress on a metal hook. Now, before I give you some privacy, would you like me to grab any accessories to complete the look? Ew, a veil. Ew, a tiara. Ew. 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 That one. There's no just basic necklace. That's all. A basic necklace. Okay. Then earrings, I guess. Sure, fuck it. That's fine. Not a single necklace in the whole fucking thing. I feel like that's the basic one. Whatever. You shared your ideas with the stylist. From your descriptions, he had something in mind that left you to collect what you requested. You closed the curtain before Gabrielle was gone. You were glad that there was space to put your clothes and change out of them. You slipped into the dress. It fit well for something off the rack. Gabrielle knew what she was doing with sizing. You inspected yourself before you left the dressing room. The view from the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. Oh god. I would just hate myself. This whole process, I never want to go through this. This like picking a dress for a wedding type of thing for myself. No. It's not a process I actually ever want to do. I would do it if it was like, you know, applicable, but I don't want to. I don't like trying on clothes. I don't like clothes. I don't like it. Especially ones that are so expensive. I'd be so stressed. You slid this thick cloth partition aside and stepped back into the main floor of the shop. You paused in front of another well-fitting mirror and beamed. Gabrielle walked up and accessorized you, and the look was finished. In the mirror, the day you were planning for looking back to you in the dress you'd wear at the ceremony, it felt real. You were so excited, you were nervous. I'm excited, sure. You felt like jumping for joy and struggled not to run around telling everyone in the shop how— Alright, I'm not that annoying. You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged around Mom from the side. It's amazing. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over from the unexpected hug, but rallied. You've never looked better. Apparently from some friends that have gotten married, they told me it is very exhausting and that's why it's so much better having a wedding planner. That makes sense. You twisted around looking back in the mirror. It was the right choice. You went back to talk to the stylist together and she helped you get things sorted. Gabrielle took more of your measurements and then discussed the shoes you'd be wearing. The boutique would tailor the dress to fit you and your shoe size exactly. Yay! Oh my god. It didn't take long to wrap everything up. You thanked Gabrielle for her help and had every belief that the next time you put the dress on, it would be one of the best days of your life. Son of a bitch. When outside, the first thing in your mind was calling Cove to let him know you were done. You selected Cove's name in your favorites and tapped the call button. He answered right away. His voice was chirpy over the phone, eager to talk to you. Hey. How'd it go? It went great. Another thing to check off the list.
I'm so glad.
Sounds good. I'm glad it worked out. He sounded sweet, and a small part of you melted. Talking to him made you even happier than you had been for successfully finding your outfit. Yay! How are things for you? I did too. Me and Dad kind of struggled a bit. It worked out. I'm pretty sure it's all good. You should like it. Oh no, that makes me nervous. I don't know how much I trust you and your dad. You guys are both kind of goobers sometimes, but it's alright. It's fine. I can't wait for you to see what I found. I can't wait for us to see each other. Why am I not surprised this was a challenge for you? Oh, that sounds a little mean. Can't wait to see. Can't wait to show you. I really think you'll like it. The shop assistant really helped out. It's the most coordinated outfit I think I'll ever wear. You heard Cliff's laughter crackle faintly over the phone. You got that right. I didn't even realize that matching pants to a shirt was such a big deal. Oh no. I can respect someone who knows the secrets of clothing. Maybe you should have had your mom on fucking Cove low-key cute. He's super cute. We love Cove around here. He's a sweetie. Suddenly, the days before the wedding seemed even longer. Now you would be in suspense. But I should probably let you go. We can see each other in person once we get back.
I love you.
Goodbye for a little bit. Little, I love you. Love you too. You ended the call gleefully, tucking the phone away, then you pulled out your keys and hurried off to your fiancé. You also gave your appreciation to your moms for not interrupting your conversation with Cove. They had been able to sense you'd been missing him and needed the time. You parked in the familiar street to drop off your moms. With the car parked out front of your old house, you said your goodbyes.
Thanks.
There we go. Thanks for letting us come along. Hopefully we didn't cramp your style too much. I'm sure we'll see you soon. Thanks, Moms. You thanked them for joining you and waved until they disappeared into the house. What the fuck? Did you change your car interior? Damn, how much money do you have? I think it's just supposed to be like a different lighting. Like it's later in the day, so everything's yellow because the sun is low. I think that's why. And the car soon flew past you, reflected in the day. You thought back on what you had put together and felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. Right on time, you enter back to Harvest Meadow. He was waiting there for you. Hello. Were you both able to find pieces you were happy with? I think so. It's gonna be wonderful. Mom's is pretty. I know, I love my mom's. As it should be. What shall we be doing today? The only thing we have left to do! Woo! Dance lessons.
Exciting.
Well, you want to get started? It's the last thing we have to do, but it's fine. Baxter gestured to the other door in the space, rolling his wrists to point with his whole hand in an exaggerated gesture. There's a room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. We'll need to schedule it, of course. We'd need to be certain there wouldn't be any conflict. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped his finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with a flourish, and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open antsiness. Cove and I can attend lessons this afternoon, then Little, we can have the evening. I believe I can pencil us in as early as tomorrow for the first sessions. Happily, there is enough vacancy in the event room for individual sessions. One-on-one lessons are ideal for this. Every person is at their own level and will need guidance with different aspects. Fair enough. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. He shot Cove and Baxter a pleased thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed the phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss. Excellent, I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards, and he asked for your input occasionally and finalized the times. Planned each detail out exactly. Any specific idea that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music are you looking for? I don't fucking know. Would you rather go with something fast or something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. I'll brag about it. A recent wedding I helped with went with classical music for the first half and then early 2010s dance music for the last half. There was no wrong answer to this. What? Cove shrugged and left space for you to answer. I don't want to answer that question. Heavy metal. FF14 boss music. Okay, but like, actually though. I'd like classical music. I would want love songs. Ew. I enjoy theatrical music. Can we have pop music? Can we keep a traditional wedding music? I like alternative music. I would love to have rock music. I like country songs. Ew, get that out of here. My preference would be jazz. I wouldn't be opposed. It'd be cool to have throwbacks from when we were growing up. I think it'd be fun to use video game soundtracks! I didn't... Well, I have to pick that one. I want to pick that one just because it's funny. The look on their faces. They'll start dancing to Susano. Oh my god. Fucking the first dance is just answers. Jesus Christ. There were many video games with great soundtracks that you thought would be good fit for a dance. Yep, I can think of a few. Baxter nodded approvingly. Bullshit. He thinks I'm stupid. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Cool. I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for.
Absolutely.
Of course. And speaking of, let's chat about particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished, and it was time to leave for the day. Goodbyes were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. A bit after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. The couple dances the Chocobo Mount music. No. Oh my god. Jesus. Despite his usual anxiousness, it's so wild to me that was actually an option they considered in this game. Like, this game gives you a lot of choices, and it's very open to the type of person you are, and you can just about say anything and do anything, really. But I just wasn't expecting that. He would show you his moves after he practiced. You wished Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. You had heard about a new store that had opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if it had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to other options, but you stalled in the snack section. You debated buying something in order to not leave empty-handed. I don't feel obligated to buy food. Nothing stood out to you, so you simply left. Another store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, you were on your way to finishing your errands. It was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. Then when the time came, you drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. How'd it go? Cove shifted in his seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. FF15 Somnus music would totally dance to that. It is good music. The FF15 has pretty good music. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter is kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out front in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. What did you talk about with all your time together? To yourself, you admitted you were really curious. From what you could remember of that summer years ago, Cove and Baxter never spent time with just each other. We mostly just focused on the dance lesson. I think we also talked about some general wedding stuff. He asked me about the material of napkins I liked. Nothing personal. He didn't bring up anything from back before when he wasn't our wedding planner. Little using the Doom soundtrack. I mean, we could, but I don't know if that's like so good to dance to. I'm sure Sean could vibe with it pretty good. I'll use it for the ceremony. It had to have been on purpose. I guess he didn't forget how I'd get uncomfortable when people acted too friendly too fast. You heard Cove tap the car door with his fingertips as you made the right turn. I wouldn't have minded talking a little more, so we kinda made progress in more than just my coordination. A smile tugged at your lip. That was good to hear. You finally pulled into this parking space and parked the car. You couldn't linger in the car too long, given your own lesson. It's time to go. I'll see you later. Bye, I love you. He's so cute. Love you too. Cove leaned over and gave you a quick kiss, and you beamed back at him. You left Cove with the car and walked about your step to meet up with your wedding planner turned dance instructor. The doors of the office building let you in. After a firm yank, the air was cooler than it was outside. You followed Baxter's directions from yesterday to navigate the wide halls, blah blah blah, fire extinguisher. You found a set of thick glass doors. You peered into a large event room, which had to be the place. Ooh! Weird. You entered the space and noticed the towers of chairs on the sides of the room. It was easy to imagine the room filled with a crowd, but for now, it had all been cleared for your private class. Bruh, Ellie wearing his Doom helmet while you... Oh my god. He doesn't have that. He does... The only, like, really nerdy thing he owns, all of the other nerdy stuff we own for the most part is mine. He has, like, a cheap replica of Rebellion from, Devil May Cry. He could wear that if he wants. He can put that on his back, I guess. It would look stupid. But that's what we have. You walked across the empty tile floor to the counter at the back, where Baxter was. He raised his head and waved you over, setting aside some notes he had been reading. Something is, like, causing the game to, like, disconnect with my computer? Or something. It's just, like, not responding to me on occasion. I'm not sure exactly what's triggering it. That's why if you see, like, the window flick around and change, which yeah, you guys do see me doing that. And it's been happening a lot, but it's because it's not responding to me. So I have to, like, change the window size, and I flip it back and forth, and then it works, I guess. I don't know. It's really weird. I'm glad you could make it. He's pretty hot too. I do like Baxter. Actually, I can't think of too many characters in this game I'm not attracted to. Basically, everyone qualifies. You waved at him and smiled warmly. I hope you've been well. I'm fantastic. I'm ready to book. Ew. Ew, don't say that. I'm fine, but I hope you're in tip-top shape for this. Excellent. Baxter pulled a remote from his jacket pocket and clicked the button. A speaker system you hadn't noticed before crackled to life. Familiar music filled the room. He must have been busy to already have the songs that you had talked about yesterday ready. I'm embarrassed just thinking about the fact that he, like, would turn on a song and it's fucking, like, Shinryu's fucking theme or something. Damn, she said it's just Cove turn right now. Anyone can get it. Yeah, kinda. I mean, so Cove is the main character that you romance, but the game developers are still releasing DLC for this game. They recently released one where they make one of the other side characters have more scenes and be a romanceable option. I don't know exactly everything they added to it because I didn't buy it and I haven't played it yet. But his name's Derek. We'll probably see him later, but he hasn't been present for this. And then I think Baxter here, this guy in purple, is gonna get one in the future too. But I'm not certain. He tucked the remote back in his pocket and then Baxter turned his attention to you. He offered you his hand.
Wow.
I'll lead, at least at first. We can switch later if you prefer. All of a sudden, Lakshmi music. Exactly! So what's the end game? I'm basically in the end game. This is the end game DLC. Well, the other thing is the game has quite a bit of replayability because you can always make different decisions which will, like, alter Cove and his personality and how he interacts with you. And you can always, like, choose not to ever be romantic with him. You can also choose to just be completely indifferent to him for the entire fucking game. Where the two of you are nothing more than neighbors and just interact mostly because you live next to each other, but you're not really friends. You can choose to do that too. And I imagine all of those decisions vastly alter what happens in the game. But as I haven't picked those, I'm not exactly sure how it plays out. Chester to Grand from no performance practice to really feel he'd been stepped out of his fairy tale. He took his hand, ready to get started. His fingers linked around yours, and you put your other hands across your back. Your other hand hooked awkwardly in the area you weren't sure where to place it. His shoulder is back. He noticed your confusion and directed you the proper form for his little hands. Dude, I'm feeling awkward and I'm not even actually doing it. When you were comfortable, he guided you into the steps. You watched your feet, carefully following his lead. He was a good teacher and a reliable partner for the dance. It didn't take long for you to start to move to the music, following the rhythm rather than worrying about where the foot went. Bullshit. So my aunt and uncle were actually ballroom teachers for some time. And they tried to teach me. And they took a lot of time trying to teach me. And it basically came to the fact that I just can't let somebody else lead. And I don't know how to lead. So basically they would try and direct me. And they'd be like, okay, you need to let me lead you. And I don't know what that fucking means. I'm like, I don't know what you mean when you say that. You're not leading me anywhere. I don't understand. I hate dancing. I hate slow dancing. It's weird. Baxter suddenly smirked, the twitch of his lips getting your attention immediately.
You know.
Oh, I recall that it wasn't just dance lessons that I was available for, was it? I also offered to give you rides whenever you needed them, didn't I? Oh. I'm engaged in this playthrough. Use this line on a different playthrough, please. Oh my god. Hopefully I haven't let you down with that. It took a moment before you understood what he was talking about. You laughed, clear and bright. I think I'll be alright. We have our own cars now. You were impressed. He still remembered, but then again, you also remembered it. It had been a particularly memorable summer all those years ago. Yes, are you gonna tell me why you fucking flaked out on us? Being firmly in the flow, the discussion died down. The only exchange was the music and the sound of your shoes on the sleek floor in time with each other's. So tell me, how did things go with Cove? Do you still dance often? Why did you never contact me again? I want to know. I'm not even going to be subtle. Answer my question. For context, we met him when we were all 19 years old. He had come to, basically these kids grew up in a resort town in California. He showed up as a rich kid, sent here to spend his summer, and met us. And we kind of befriended him. And then as soon as that summer was over, he just disappears. And you don't meet him again until this DLC when he shows up as your wedding planner. And he's like, holy shit, it's so great to see you guys. And he did not answer our question when we asked him why he didn't contact us after so many years, why he didn't answer our calls. Like, he just fucking disappeared. And I'm gonna get my answers. Faltered in his steps, throwing the dance to a halt. He recovered quickly, his toes going back to precisely formed motions. But his face still showed the strain of the upset. Sorry. I know you had to go back to college, but I never understood why that meant you couldn't text or anything. He took a deep breath. Tremors went through his shoulders from the effort of keeping his perfect poise. Apologizing for vanishing so thoroughly and not even attempting to keep in touch. It was unkind. His lips twitched. It was closer to a grimace than anything resembling a smile, even though you thought that's what he was attempting. I didn't think it mattered at the time to end it completely once I left Sunset Bird behind. At least that's what I told myself, or rather what I hoped would be true. I wished hard that when you and everyone there didn't see me anymore, that you'd never think of me again. You'd go on with your lives happily and I wouldn't factor into it. He paused again. How did the music sound so much more cold? Sound so much like cold silence. It doesn't make much sense to you, I imagine. Baxter offered a one-shoulder shrug for your supposed trouble. He waited for him to explain. He made a soft, encouraging noise. It's the eternal story of my life. I want to be liked, but I can't be important. What? A friend for a season, a planner for a wedding. That's me. I'm not like him. Cove is a fiancé. He stays, he tries. Clingy. I think your friends and family liked to joke. I never thought so. He didn't even care for me, but was willing to dance together to do a better job for his wedding. In life, there are just some ones, and then there's the one. You found your one, and I'm genuinely thrilled you did, and that he found his. Wait, what? All I want is to assist with the happiness, and to not get in the way of it. I'm sorry, what? But neither of us are here for our old relationship dynamic. That's ancient history. We don't need to get mired in the past when the future is so bright. Baxter's tone was pointed in finality. That was as much as he would say. The pace of the dance sped up, going back to what it had been before. He nearly stepped on his foot at the sudden change. Since he clearly was not going to discuss it more, you didn't attempt to pry for more details. This had gotten into incredibly personal territory. Thank you for saying that. I accept your apology. I still don't understand. You deserve to be important. He dropped his gaze at your words, uncomfortable with your sincerity. You decided not to push anymore, and the tension slowly drained out of him. Baxter schooled his face, and for all the world, appeared like the conversation had never affected him. So tell me, how did things go with Cove? Baxter chuckled as he held you to the left. You followed, watching his reaction more than your feet. Cove is a remarkably sweet man. You have nothing to worry about in more ways than just his dancing. But I won't say anything else. Instructor-client privilege. Damn it! That response piqued your interest past simple curiosity. What had happened? The question was plain on your face, but Baxter suddenly focused on your heels. With him staring downward, you paid more attention to your time.
Perfect.
Very nice. It was clear that you weren't going to get any more out of him on the topic. Damn it, he's so good at dodging it.
No.
I don't compete anymore, if that's what you mean. I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby lately. I do it for weddings, if the couple would like me to assist. He gazed into the distance somewhere else for a heartbeat, and then he came back to you and smiled. I still love dance, clearly. He wiggled his eyebrows and put emphasis on his movements. You had to admit that he appeared happy enough during the session. There just isn't room for everything. I imagine that you've dealt with similar situations in your adult life. I see.
Thanks.
Thanks for giving me an excuse to make time for a date. Aw, it's so cute. The feeling is mutual. At least all those lessons paid off for your career. You also loved the excuse to dance. This session was a lot of fun. If only the world gave more excuses to dance. That would be a planet you'd love to live on. Sure. You focused on your movement. The acoustics of the room were surprisingly good for dancing. The music was at a good volume, and despite the tile flooring, the tapping of your steps didn't echo distractingly off the walls. The surrealness of reconnecting with Baxter after all these years without contact However, that was secondary to your goal of dancing well in your upcoming wedding to the love of your life. It wouldn't be too much longer until you would be doing this with your husband. You asked to lead, you wanted Baxter to continue leading. That's fine. He obliged easily. I can't lead for shit. I can't follow either. Can't do anything. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. You mirrored his actions from earlier in the day, climbing into the passenger seat and clicking on your seatbelt. He took the opportunity to copy you as well. So how did it go? The muse sparkle in his eyes let you know that using your words was completely and utterly intentional. It was really nice, it was fine, it was awkward as you'd expect. I'm glad I did it. I'm not sure what to think about. You raised your shoulders and shrugged. It's really nice. You enjoyed connecting with Baxter and couldn't wait to dance with Cove in the near future. Cove grinned widely, happy for you. I'm glad this was a good idea. Also, I got you something. You craned your neck around to inspect the back seat. You saw a sack that hadn't been there when you left earlier and Cove left. I bought some drinks while you were in there. I thought they'd be nice for a post-dance pickup. Better know how much you loved him, especially in moments like this. Aww. Hey, seriously, what did you and Baxter talk about? You couldn't forget how Baxter phrased it at all. You were too curious. When you were together, did something happen? I don't know. He sounded truly confused. He tried to think back, but it was apparent that nothing came to mind for him. We didn't talk about anything important. Why? Did he say something to you? It seemed like he was implying something. The angle of Cove's eyebrows crept in concerned territory as you elaborated. It wasn't bad, it actually seemed good. He thinks you're sweet. Cove's brows pinched together. They were now approaching deep thought. I guess... Well, I'm not good at dancing. I never have been. You know that. It's hard. It's nerve-wracking. And I made it clear why I was going through with something I'm not cut out to do and who it was for. Hi, kitten. He showed you a soft smile and his eyebrows evened out to normal. Maybe that's what he meant. You blushed, your eyes straying to the window. The parking lot had emptied out from earlier this afternoon. It really was just you and Cove. Maybe it was. You felt very lucky to have such a loving fiancé. With the day's arrangements taken care of, Cove pulled out the empty lot and started to drive away. Next time you were scheduled to come by, it would be for the usual kind of office visit, no dancing required. You highly anticipated meeting back up with Baxter. You had a good feeling about where the wedding was going. When you arrived at your session that day, noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a steady rhythm. It seemed the lessons from the day before were still in his mind. Hey ya!
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. With all the work, planning, and effort a thing of the past, you were having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourself on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from nervousness so badly, the bend in his knees was like a snap of two branches. He nearly fell into the cushion. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease. Then this is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? No. Cove didn't react whatsoever, not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran his hands along the inside edges of his jacket and placed his most encouraging smile on his face. In all honesty, you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make certain it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove until it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice. Thank you. Ah, thanks. Now... Having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode. He touched the tips of his fingers to the pile of papers on the desk to his side. I've got the details for the hotel for you here. I was able to book two standard single bedrooms for you and your parties to use to get ready in. Nice. The hotel is minutes from the ceremony venue, so you won't need to make a trip out there the morning of.
Not bad.
Thanks, Baxter, you're good at this. Cove's admittance was almost embarrassed. He scratched at his cheek and shared a look with you. He remembered how hard of a time the two of you had been getting a room when you had come to Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly. Without prying, he leaned an elbow against his chair's armrest and propped his head up against his hand.
Glad to hear it.
I'm glad to hear that. I do strive to be. You continue to relax, following up his prior motion with the cross of his legs. And I very much appreciate your great patience with the series of questions throughout this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I'd like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony? That was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by elaborating. I know some couples follow a tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the wedding, so it's a reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically, though communicate over the phone, and there are those who don't participate in that whatsoever and stay with one another. This time, Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in. I mean, I didn't have plans to be away from Little. You know, I like being around her when that's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that if it's a special thing for the weddings. He laughed breathily and sent Baxter a question of his own. Are you going to make fun of me for being clingy now?
Never.
Never. You knew just how much Baxter meant that. Cove, however, didn't have the same context. Oh, okay. Good, people shouldn't make fun of him for that. You really should change your stance. Teasing Cove is fun. That's lucky for both of us. I'm clingy too. You're very sweet, Baxter, but he's definitely clingy. You patted Cove on the shoulder reassuringly. You had a laugh. In disbelief, Cove's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express his want to always be around you, and no one in the room had given him a hard time for it. Cove absolutely beamed at that revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. Aww. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you and by how cute he genuinely was. But you made an effort to not be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. Would you mind staying in a separate hotel room? We can meet at the wedding. Would you mind staying in a separate hotel room? We can talk over the phone. Cove, I wanted to share a room with you. I don't care. Whatever he wants to do. It doesn't make any difference to me. Yes, definitely, obviously. I'm glad you asked, cause, yeah, I'm a little It's fine. Cove shuffled on the balls of his feet against the carpet, all the while glancing over at you bashfully. I'm kind of wondering if now, right before the actual wedding part, would be a good time to, like, stop. Because it's kind of late. I did say I wanted to go all in. But now I'm concerned about how much longer, because we haven't even actually gotten to the wedding part. Maybe the wedding part is actually a lot shorter. A part of me doubts that. But I don't know. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot on the office chair. The fondness of his expression for you and Cove had tipped past his usual professional distance. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice.
Perfect.
Very good. Everything is settled then. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over final details and the whole plan step by step. Okay. With this being our final meeting with Baxter, the next set of things that happen should be all of the wedding stuff and everybody showing up. I can't imagine there's another 2 hours of content coming. Potentially. If it's not and it's shorter, that's fine. But I don't want to push like another 2 hours tonight. Watch it be like another fucking 30 minutes. No, probably not. With all of this planning, I don't think the wedding itself would be like the shortest thing in the world. I'm sure it'll go by like all of the things step by step. And you get to interact with everybody and talk and do all that jazz. So I'm sure it'll fill up like a good chunk of time. So we'll cut it here because this session is about to end and it's probably going to kick off the next scene here soon enough. It might have been good to stop like right after dance lessons, but this is okay. But I'll be back, not tomorrow or Saturday. Oh, and not Sunday either. So Monday then, maybe. I mean, I will be back probably tomorrow, but I won't be doing this. I'll be doing raid stuff. Hey, raid stuff. With the goobers. Same thing for Saturday. Sorry, Kev. I mean, I'll be back tomorrow, we're doing raid, and then on Saturday we're doing raid, and apparently we're doing Blue Mage stuff now. They talked me into doing it because they needed another person, and I was available. And then I'm working on Sunday, unfortunately. So, you know, speak sad. I mean, I get off early-ish on Sunday. I say early-ish. I get off at like 5:45. So I don't know. Maybe. We'll see how tired I am. But it'll be a hot minute before we're back to this and finishing off the wedding, which is why I wanted to try and do it all in one go so I could be done and not have to cut it up, but I kind of wish. I was hoping it was going to be like 2 to 3 hours. But it's looking like it's going to be like 4 to 5 at least. It's already 4. Alright. Anyway. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be back soon enough. Thank you so much for watching me geek out about planning a stupid wedding. Have a good night. And goodbye!